Right. We are checking as usual to make sure everything's working. We should be chilling. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Yo, Sparky Earth, welcome, welcome, welcome. Doing fantastic today. I think you're the first one. Trevo, need some of that caster stuff. Trevo, you found me, bro. Welcome, sir. I don't know how you found me, but you found me, sir. Need some of that caster stuff. Indeed. We've got this little thing right here. Was watching the VOD of you doing Act 2 and it automatically switched when you went live. Ah, that's messed up. Listen, if you want to keep watching the VOD, you can keep watching the VOD, but I might do another speedrun today. Hopefully do better. Holy, how did you get Temporalis? I bought it with my money. Remember, we had like 4,000 divines last stream, so now we have 400. So, some stuff sold. Appreciate the sub, Trevor. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, we're doing some setup. I want to make sure the music runs well for you. Yes, it does, and nothing's redlining. Cool. I now see why streamers do like a starting soon thing, because there's a bunch of things you got to do. It's all good. I prefer to hear your live yapping. Well, thank you. I wish I had points for no balls right now. No balls does not do this. This would be this would be double or nothing. That you'd have to have points for double or nothing. Yeah, and thank you, I go parties. Thank you. I watched some of your videos, like that mega fail gamble video. Yeah. Listen, all gamble videos are usually omega fails. Next league, I guess. You're assuming that I'm gonna be good at this game next league. Who knows? I might be washed up. I only made like 2 or 3 mirrors this league. I was going for 10 and I failed miserably. So, we'll see. Also, if job situation is good and money situation is good, I will take like a week or two of PTO for 1.0 and that'll be bonkers, and then we could really go hard. I think I made some key mistakes on investing this league and only ended up with a couple of mirrors, so it's not I think I could do better. I think I could do a lot better. So yeah, let's all print in 1.0. I mean, everybody that's around the channel is gonna be fucking 5x the money easily, if not more, just off of knowing the early currencies, the early investing strategies, the early farming strategies. Hideout warrior, cough cough for sure. Hi, Meto Aga YouTube. Welcome in. Welcome in. I don't think I've seen you before. This is my first league, and I finally understand why the start of the league is so important, for sure. Can I print too? Everybody can print. Everybody can print, you guys. The knowledge is free. It's literally free. I guess the only time it's not free is if you need me to fix your shit one-on-one for several hours, then it's not free. But other than that, it's entirely free. All the videos, all the info. If you watch stream VODs, when we started the couple of nights ago, I just did Act 1, and we did a section on why early league is important and the strats on what to do early on. Like, what kind of things you Got to be investing, what the early farming strategy is. I would hoard crafting materials and chaos orbs if I know how the economy will become. It's a balance though, because yes, the chaos is very, very, very cheap early on, right? But at the same time, the the exalts early on are also more important, what you do with them, because you can turn 20 exalts into 2-3 divs very, very easily. What day was that stream? 2 days ago? I mean, if you guys are interested in early league investing and stuff, we could do a bit on it right now. We can go onto the farm strat and rerun it. I don't mind repeating myself. I mean, there's people that are gonna benefit from this entirely. I usually there's only like 10 people in each chat right now, and usually there'll be like 30 to 40. So I think what we're gonna do is we're going to warm up a little bit. I think we're gonna do a couple of Temporalis maps. We're just gonna get our bearings, have like 20, 30 people show up so that we don't have to rerun the same speech for a third time for the people that show up mid-speech. And then, because there's gonna be a lot, you know. And then you guys can note the recording, go back to it later, take notes if you need to take notes. There's definitely a bunch of info to do. But the part about Temporalis that nobody tells you is I went from 7,500 energy shield to right under 5,000. And these resistances are held together with literally spit and vinegar. 22 lightning res, 22, 22, 22, 22. I fucking have 5 res runes in. 5 res runes. And I had to respec my tree to pick up more res because it wasn't enough. And it actually made me go through the campaign and realize that I didn't take enough res. And I had to take out jewels for freaking blink skills, because in order to make blink not feel like complete dog shit, put Diala's Desire in it, put Augury in it. Like, we scaled blink to level 36 just to be able to have a reasonable cooldown. So now this feels nice, and it's still not perfect. And by the way, on the end of the blink, God forbid you hold that space bar for like 2.5 seconds. For half a second. The mobs will bonk you right on the head, and then you're just screwed. So, I mean, I know you guys have seen Temporalis gameplay. You're going to have to repeat it a lot. I've heard you say it 3 times already, and we'll keep asking you to tell me again. LOL. Saturday night stream 718. I got Temporalis with 3.75 second cooldown, but in the standard league, well, yeah, of course. Give the early game investing tips. Definitely will. Definitely will. Just a little bit later once more people pull up. Because normally at the start it's a little bit light, and then like an hour passes by, and maybe like 20-30 minutes, and then like 30-40 people pull up. Can't you unbind sprint? Probably, but I also kind of want it bound. Like, sometimes you just... I guess you can't sprint with Temporalis, can you? Oh, yeah, you can. You absolutely can. You can blink into a sprint. Yeah. So, I don't want it unbound. The one nice thing about Temporalis is that the actual... What's it called? The dang frost bomb cooldown also gets affected by it. But even Meyer is like not so bad on Temporalis. This is just a whole like other level. This is this is why it's... I mean, I always knew it was gonna be great. I just didn't know how great. Like, this is a different game. This is like PoE 1 type shit. This is what PoE 1 plays like, by the way. About like this. Except you could do that on every character. And I can't even find the boss because I'm too busy like trying to make sure I don't blink into a wall. So, yeah, like... You feel that so ass though? Yeah. I have the same issue on my cast on dodge build. For sure, dude. For sure. Also, like, Mire is just really awful map to begin with. Like, this makes Mire not completely horrible, but it still sucks. This is what I get for binding my portal to Y and the overworld map to U. Surely this is gonna give us a better map now. Surely. I don't really want to run this. I guess I'll just go through the open expedition and see if we find any expensive shit in it. You can set a second dodge only button. Oh, like blink with the dodge only button. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that could work. It's fine though. I can tell you, going through like the campaign stuff for what I missed, absolute piece of cake. Absolute freaking so worth it. This is so worth the money. Like, I've never spent 4,000 divines and been like, oh yeah, this is worth it. This shit is so worth it. This was like by far the best purchase I've ever made. I mean, I don't even still need to get used to it, but it could be a safer blink button. Yeah. I mean, I think even the copy of the Fubgun bow on the Temple League didn't feel that this good. It's just absolutely, and I mean, of course, we get all the shitty maps for it. So be it, as the random roll. But like, even these terrible maps are not so bad. You just kind of, I just kind of have to input the keys. This is probably like this probably plays a lot better on controller, TBH. Because you can input direction other than just the 8 cardinals and the inner cardinals. So if you like, I'm sure Trevo like Yeeks would probably love this if he were to ever play this game. If you're still here, Trevo. Getting away from builds that rely on pure movement is the biggest thing, honestly, for sure. I mean, I still chose to put movement speed on here because sometimes you need to loot. This monkey thinks that he's gonna fucking bonk anything. Come on, boy. You're not gonna be hitting nothing. What Tempo do other than blink? So Tempo's whole thing is you have a flat cooldown recovery on skills. So if you stack a bunch of cooldown recovery, then the actual cooldown gets diminishing returns. So like if you stack 100% increased cooldown from 3 different sources, it's definitely not going to set your skills to 0, but it's not even going to take off 50% of their cooldown. Like, I don't remember the exact formula, but it's taking off base cooldown. Like, you know how on attack weapons you have plus base crit? This just shaves off 1.9 seconds off of every cooldown. So blink being like, I don't know, 4 or 5 to start, it makes it a 3 base. Or if it's 3 to start, it makes it a 1 base. And then all of your cooldown reduction applies to that. Yeah. Well, and I specifically, I was looking for one with maxed out res, because if you could tell, even with all the runes, I managed to get lightning on exactly. But that's what I get for having an imperfect ring here. I would have preferred to put all res here, because all res technically is a lot more. 16 to all is 50 to 48 effective res. So if I wasn't such a fucking settler when I was crafting this ring and I was chaosing for... You essentially, the way you make this is you get this fractured, you chaos for the rarity, you speed slam for cast speed, and then you lightning or fire slam for all res. Once I hit T1 cast speed and I slammed the T2 res, I was like, I'm done, good night. Because the prefixes are easy as shit. You know, you could tell it's literally just put an essence on and desecrate. Like, you can clear prefixes, slam some bullshit, do a prefix crystallization, slam the mana, and then desecrate for mana. So, it's very, very easy to make this. So, if I wasn't such a settler, I would have spent, you know, another 100, 200 divs, maybe 300 divs, re-slamming cast speed and re-slamming all res, and it would have been T1, T1. But at the time, I was stitching the build together, and I was trying to save money for some crafts, and a lot of stuff was going on, and then, yeah. Well, even with 20% all res, like, here's the problem. Adonias really wants skill effect duration, otherwise it's terrible to play. And then I managed to make these. These are boots that I made on stream, and I was listing them for sale, and then I looked at them, and I was like, wait a minute, I could just wear these. Why wouldn't I just wear these? And so, you know, I just put them on. It's got all the stats that I want. So, like, you could, in theory, drop the rarity for a res. And, like, the helmet's got 2 reses, almost perfectly divined. So, even with double reses there, nothing here, the ring having double res, it's like, you still gotta use 5 freaking rune slots. Like, these are whatever, and these are whatever, but these two feel really, really, really bad. Like, really bad. So, and I don't know of any good way to, like, to get rid, to dump these into Iron Runes. Essentially, I would need to find, like, 40 more res. Even, like, 30 more res I would need to find, but that's hard. That's basically 3 soul cores I gotta get somewhere. So, you know. Even the 22 cold is kind of whatever, because that would set it to 62, so finding 13 cold somewhere is not even unreasonable, but the 22 lightning has to be made up 1-to-1. And that's really, really, really annoying. How important is the Sacred Flame? I mean, Sacred Flame, I literally went and bought a perfect Flux so I could get 49 Fire Res from the Sacred Flame, and it's giving me 115 Spirit. Like, Sacred Flame is a very, very large part of this. I actually need to go buy a Corrupted Sacred Flame with at least a level 19 Purity. I need it Corrupted for extra Spirit. So, you know, it's expensive. Oh, in case you guys didn't know, by the way, PSA for everybody. I didn't know this until Nymph told me today. You see how my spirit's still 54? They take these out. These are spirit reserving gems. Because this is, I could literally go buy her declaration, put in the purity, get the effect of it, not cost any mana. Because that skill is free, every support you put in that bitch is free. If I put this into the mana remnants, you see how that, Yep. Just straight up free spirit off of that. I don't know if you guys knew that. Thank you for the follow. Call me Bander. Thank you very much. Yeah. How insane is that, you guys? Free freaking support gems. You can dump like 120 spirit worth of support gems into that purity and just have it. Just like, thank you very much. Because, you know, the scepter's pretty good. So, yeah. Yeah, I had no idea. Today was full of fun and excitement. And I'm gonna, if you guys don't know how to do the expedition thing, so anytime you move anything around in your inventory, it would move the rumors. So since I did 3 and these are all the same, I know there's only 3 special sort of like grand expeditions or anything else, so I'm not interested in going this way. This one only has 2, so there's literally nothing there. So we're still just pathing down basically. And the most efficient way to do these is just to literally go in a straight line and check both sides. And we're looking for Oh, nice. The Temporalis builds online. Yes, sir. You are welcome, buddy. Worth a follow. You earn it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. That's been a thing since 0.1. Like, I wouldn't believe him. I was like, there is 0% chance that GG said I could just have free spirit support gems because I decided to equip Sacred Flame. Like, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I just refuse to believe it. I'll take 3 Greater Chaos. Since we're poor now, we have to start doing poor man things like taking triple Greater Chaos because, you know. When you have 4,000 divines in your stash, you can skip shit like that. But when it's down to 400, then, you know, engage poor man behavior. Hardest part about this is just not spamming the blink button constantly. Like, you just end up wanting to spam it just for the sake of blinking. You're like, I can, and so I will. And that's not always great. It works with every scepter purity, but not with any other reservation skills on gear. I always assumed it was a bug, but why is that still a thing? 100%. I don't even understand why that's allowed. I'm so frustrated with expeditions because I haven't gotten 4+ expedition in ages. You are doing the checking that I showed, right? You hunting for the spirit thing in expedition or just doing it to test the build? Honestly, I'm doing it for money. I'm doing it because it's like, other than ritual, which I just don't feel like doing, and like, what's the point of having Temporalis if you're gonna play ritual? Like, so you could bounce between like 3 different things very fast. Oh wow, I don't know what that was all about. I think I just ate shit for a second. The other nice thing about Temporalis is I could just keep Headhunter on, and I'm sorry to all the Mage Blood users, but I like Headhunter like way better. Like, it's not even close how much better I like Headhunter. Like, obviously, Mage Blood is the better belt until you have this equipped. But once you have this equipped, there's like 0 reason for me to carry Mage Blood. Like, it's just better to have Headhunter. Like, I guess I could solve res with Mage Blood and pick up some defenses that way, but like, this is just so much everything. And especially in expeditions, can't wear a Mage Blood in expeditions. Like, you have to have Headhunter. So, you know, stuff just kind of ends up adding up in favor of the Headhunter. And then the other part of my love for Headhunter is it has begun on Legion Dunes. Everything kind of just goes back to Legion Dunes in PoE 1. That, like, playing the original KB on Legion Dunes is, it's just so nice, man. All right, we don't particularly care about these. We're just gonna stick whatever in there and go. When you use Alders, but I don't want to spend it on 3 expeditions, and there's no way of knowing how many of those rumors are actually 2 maps. There is. I will show you. Once I get to one, I will show you exactly how you can tell. You can deterministically tell how many have 4. I will show you exactly how I tell. I use it on 4, 5, and 6 expedition. 4, 5, and 6 grand. I use Alders on. I mean, I sold all my Alders to afford this, so I'm gonna have to buy one. But I will absolutely show you. Headhunter just killed me in expedition because it blinked me in the middle of ads and I was running to recharge. It sounds like you didn't have Temporalis, sir, because, you know, with Temporalis, no problem. It blinks you, you blink back. Easy game. Just spend 4k div, forehead. I'm obviously being sarcastic on the whole easy part. It's, you know, but still. Um, the one thing with with these, like if somebody was starting fresh, I meant that sometimes single rumor is actually two of the same map time. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that does definitely exist. Well, I can tell you in PoE 1 you can click off all your headhunter buffs. I don't know about 2, but you can't click off a single one. The UI for that would be insane. That a 7? No, that's a 6. I don't care. And I don't actually even care to press reroll. But it is important to check every remnant because you will often hit a 7 and you will find a fucking legacy just sitting there waiting for you. Well, not legacy, but saga. All right, so this gives us the stuff. We're going to check this one first. Is that really just a 3 again? Are you serious right now, game? Wow, how I hate you. It's literally the same 3. Surely. That one has the seer. We don't care about the seer. Yeah, that's just 3 maps and a seer. Well, that blows. That's just a lot of temporalising through regular maps, but won't that remove all the good buffs too? Exactly, it does remove all the good buffs. It's very, very tedious. I think this is usually slightly offset. And we guessed it correctly, nice. These are like 30-second maps or something. That is definitely one nice thing. So this actually hit a that hit double grazed. Yep. So that's the thing you were talking about, where it's the same map twice. Obviously, if there was a way to tell that, I don't know if I'd alder 4 of like even if I knew that there's double grace parries, I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have double hit that because that's a shit rumor. I like the oil one and I like the old expedition one. How much would it cost to craft a decent GG caster ring? Trevo, are you still in chat? Do I have to type it? Okay. So it depends on what you mean by the GG caster ring. Like for which caster, for which build, what are the stats? It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not every caster is going to be made the same. But so like if we're talking GG, like mirrors, because the best caster ring is gonna have the +1 to all spell skills. And last I checked, upgrade to this shit. All right, let me kill this guy and then I'll look at it. You have quality on it and lightning damage? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, to upgrade that, probably a couple of 100 divs. This shit is like borderline campaign gear, Trevo. That's like It's like a 100 div or something to do this. I'm pretty sure if you don't monostock, the GG Castorine can only come from the Genesis tree. Uh, I mean, if you really want the crit, sure. What comes from the tree? Crit, gain +1. Cast speed can be rolled. That's about the only thing. Okay, bud, you didn't have to roast my crafting. Sorry, friend. Friendly fire goose. Trevor accidentally got caught in the crossfire. Oh, these are good. Bleak, cold and sulfite are good. Oh, and nothing to drink. Okay. Well, that tells me right there. That's 3, 4, 5. We're clicking Elder's Legacy here. That might be 6 because Warm also showed up. So that might just be fucking GG's. So we got Sulfite, Cold, and Warm. We got Bleak. We got Dry. We got Nothing. That covers all of them. That's 6. Yep. We want that. We want that all day long. We are happily paying for this saga. Now, I really should go buy the chicken leg with the extra spirit on it so I can at least put on Conflux because now we just need all remnants at least 7. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Even I can't ask that of Jonathan. Oh, you're talking about one map. Yeah, if we could get one of those. It's not that rare. Yeah, if it's a single one. I thought you meant all of them be 7 at least. It's like five maps with +7. Yeah, just a single 7. Yeah. Haven't seen a single 7 in a while, so let's see. So, this is ass. This is ass. That's a single 7. That's a single 7. That's an all 5. Single 7. And all 5. It's literal ass. But hey, you win some, you lose some. I see it like 1 in 5, yeah. There's literally 2 5s and a bunch of singles. I mean, they're still not like that horrible to run. They're, you know, they should be chill. Actually, what I need to do is I need to pull up the search tool, and we need to find ourselves the freaking we need to find ourselves the freaking chicken leg. The hell is it called? Sacred Flame. So we want Sacred Flame. We want Implicit Spirit. And we want Gain as Fire. We don't. I guess we'll... No. Okay. It's Implicit Increase Spirit then? No. What comes on scepters? Let's see. Let's see. PoE 2 DB. That is our best friend. And we look at mods, and we look at scepters, and we scroll down to corruptions, and we control F spirit. Alright, there's one too. Hello? There we go. 15% increased spirit. That's augment. No. Bonded, no. Corrupted. Increased spirit. Okay, so there's an increased spirit corrupt on it. So then why are we getting owned on this search? Oh, it's an enchant now. That's why. LOL. Okay. That might be cheap. Gain as extra fire. Well, then if you insist, game, I don't mind. I'll take it. Twice corrupted allies crit damage. I'm not my own ally, so that doesn't even matter. 19 is what I need to not be. I mean, that's just free real estate. This doesn't apply to me. This doesn't apply to me. I only care about this line and I care about this being 19. Otherwise, I'm one fire res short. So that doesn't apply to me. I mean, if it's that cheap, like, it's kind of crazy not to. We do want it with quality though. Without quality, does it? Yes, we do want it with quality. I need quality on the aura. Yeah, I mean 15 divs. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do, chat. I mean that's free real estate right there. Freaking 15 divs for that. I don't know why this is not much more. I guess it's like I don't know how it's not more popular. But if the market says so, the market says so. What do I know? I don't have any rabbit idols, of course not. All right. We should be chilling here, chilling there. The level 20 doesn't really matter. We can put all this stuff in here, and now we get to click Conflux. And we are going to move Conflux all the way up here because I routinely unclick Conflux. So we're actually going to put that in because Conflux and Hideout is annoying. So Conflux, from what people are saying, it would be an enchant. No, yeah, it's yeah, for sure. We got it as an enchant. From what people are saying, thank you for the follow, Changola. Just the Adonia's interaction with Conflux it's like the GGG spaghetti code apparently is determining for Conflux based on what ailment the spell can apply. And since Adonia makes everything apply all ailments, then the Conflux affects all damage. At least that is what the word on the street is. I don't have any confirmation whether that's true or not. So, I don't know if anybody in chat knows if that's true. The shorter Frostbomb cooldown is just so nice, too. Cheers, mate. So, if you guys know in chat if that is true, like if you can definitively tell me, because I haven't done any testing. But people are saying that this right here, like the choosing of an element, is literally spaghetti code. And because it's such a spaghetti code thing, it just works. What's the difference between using Sacred Flame, Wrathpith, or Sacred Focus? Can you please explain? I mean, Wrathpith would be if I mana stacked, right? I'm not mana stacking, because mana stacking on Adonias with Temporalis just sounds like... It honestly sounds awful. It sounds like I would not want any part of it. Like, it's just too much stat drop. So Wrathpith would be out in this case, but like Wrathpith is technically the best in slot for mana stackers because you just get so much flat scaling. Well, not flat, but the percent spell damage you get from mana. Especially if you get the double. The life is whatever. But you can get a bunch of mana with Archmage and put on a Wrathbith with the double mana, and you get a shitload of crit and spell for free. So, but as far as the Sacred Scepter, that one is... there's more stats that you can allot. So here's what I mean by that. Let me show you on the... since we're already on the website, Streamer a lot. If you pull up a rare scepter, you can pick up a whole bunch of spirit and mana on the scepter. So like a rare scepter is a cheaper alternative to Wrathbith if you're mana stacking. I don't think this allies in your presence applies to yourself. The mapping speed is insane. Sir, I've never had this much fun running fucking maps in PoE 2. I've realized what I hate about the mapping in PoE 2, and it's their stupid visceral combat, the stun and sprint, and just getting screwed on every corner. I can't take it. When we do PoE 1, you guys will see. You will see the light. Even though I don't really want to play the game, but you will see the light. The speed at which you move from like zone 2 onward in PoE 1, it's just not comparable. Like, you literally move this fast in maps. You move half this fast on every character from the 3rd zone onward. Just use Bone Shatter for movement when you're not using tempo. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is, right? So, for the rare scepter, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong on this, because I don't think that the allies in your presence applies to yourself. I don't think it does. But if somebody knows otherwise, please tell me, because I would like to be wrong on this. I don't want to be right on this. I would prefer to be completely wrong on this. Okay, so all of these ally nodes are dead. So you pick up extra spirit, you go spirit, mana, mana. And it's like a decent alternative. And then on the suffixes, regen, presence doesn't really matter. Int for mana, and then like socketed augments, I guess. It doesn't feel that great on a scepter. So, but the other good alternative, if you're not running Elemental Archon, is Palm of the Dreamer. Palm of the Dreamer is really, really nice for clear. And it's a quadratic scaler for your pack size clear. Like, anything dies and it explodes and everything next to it explodes when you just get a focus at that point. Yeah. I mean, I feel like a focus would be better. You could get plus spell skills and all that stuff. Well, it depends on if you need the spirit, right? I mean, to me, 15 divs for this, I'm good. 60% gainus fire gives me fire res, fixes my build, gives me 132 spirit. Buddy, I'm all in. I don't need no fancy scepter. I'll pay 15 divs for this all day long. I'm good. Are we still doing crafting cleaning today? We are. Oh, look at that. Money is coming in. What did we sell, chat? We absolutely are doing crafting clinic. We sold the old caster boots. I mean, I priced them to get gone. Like, I think real price 500, 550. But I'm pricing stuff to say a sayonara. I believe we made those on stream too. Did you get your tempo? Did I get my tempo? We're still on PoEDB, yeah. Did I get my tempo? Check this out. Oaths. We want no part of that oath. What is this? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have speed now. Wow, and that's a wisdom. This might be something. It is not something. I guess we just click the very rare unique item and hope that it's something. Soul Rune is like whatever here. This says Oath. I'm not even compelled to click Oath regularly. Oath just sucks. Honestly, this is a we have no rarity. We have absolutely I mean, this expedition is just this is what I'm thinking about this expedition, lads. Y'all ready? If this is not Mage Blood, I literally don't give a fuck. This is what I'm doing with this expedition. I know, like, that's wasteful and stuff, but man, I think we're better off getting the fuck out of here. I have the buff. Why does it feel like I'm not doing any damage? Maybe because I'm just used to playing with Headhunter stacks so much. Or maybe there's a map mod for ailment. There's probably ailment threshold on map mods. Oh yeah? Yeah, it feels like arcs are not going out at all. So that 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 map feels very weird. It feels like I'm not doing any damage, team. It looks like just pain all around. Now, I don't think I borked anything with Temporalis. At least, I don't think I did, but we'll see. Yep. We get a divine for our troubles. I farmed Sanctum here and there this league. It's not terrible if you watch a show or something while doing it. I feel like Sanctum is kind of better with Temporalis. Grand Expedition's still not fixed. Yeah, it's not. I mean, you just dodge a oath. Remnants of Kalgor sell for 200 plus X. Is that what dropped? Can you fix my amulet in Discord? There's an amulet in Discord we want to fix. I don't see any amulet in Discord. I don't know where you've hidden it. Oh, this is the solar amulet with the +4 skills and quality spell damage. Is there any way to not 50-50 armor and spirit? Check eye levels on armor, but I think spirit's too low. I don't think there's a way. Yeah, I don't. I would like to wave the magic wand, but unfortunately I do not possess one. Cannot post it in crafting help for some reason because you didn't agree to crafting rules. There's a channel for crafting help access that I made specifically so that people have to take the extra step and go to a separate channel, read the rules, click yes, and then you can post in crafting help. That is definitely done on purpose. Where can I join the clinic queue? We haven't done builds for a minute because chat voted against builds. We are going to vote on doing builds tonight. But what else is on the menu is early game strategies and investing. So we need to do the speech for early game stuff. And before that, we are showing off Temporalis. So wait, Were we supposed to read the rules and channels? Generally speaking, that is how Discords work. I read the rule, clicked the button, still cannot post. Which button did you click? There's a thumb up button that gives you access. It gives you the role. You don't have the role. So you click the one button and welcome. There's a separate channel where you click another button. I made it easy for you. I even linked it to you. I know you could do this. You could find it. It's there. Everybody who posts in crafting help has agreed to show mod levels, tell the budget, tell if it's a self-craft or for profit, and then something else. I forget what the fourth one was. But I thought of 4 things that I need to know to help you. Because what people would do is they would do exactly what you did. They'd pull a random item from a website, making me guess mod tiers, being like, help. Help you with what? What are you trying to do? Well, I don't know. What do you want on it? I don't know. How much money do you have? Like 20 div? Bro, what are we doing? Mirror has oath in its recipe. Yep. I mean, you know, you're gonna have to fight oath if you do the mirror, right? It is what it is. Where can I join the clinic queue? You're becoming a streamer very fast. What do you mean? I was always like this, sir. I was always like this. You were not hanging around in Corbin's Discord for a year? Let me see it. Is it crangled? Are we doing that shortly? We are definitely not crangling the Temporalis. I don't care how many channel points you have. That's my life savings right there. I mean, my brother in Christ, I don't... It's I don't think that like streaming or not streaming has anything to do with me not being able to help you if you post stuff without giving me any like you gotta help me help you, you know what I'm saying? Like I need to see mod tiers. Mod tiers are definitive to everything. You're becoming Fubkisen. Actually, actually, somebody misspelled my name to Keystone, and so from this point forward, I am known as Keystone. So it's Fub Keystone. Thank you very much. Actually, if I was Fub Gun, I wouldn't even answer any questions in chat. I don't think you can talk to the guy. He has too many people following him. Keystone sounds nice. Yup. It's also a beer and an RV brand. Anyway, so we got the low key you can, but you need to ask the right questions. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I think I've tried over the years a couple of times, but it's kind of like I don't know. I never really found the attractiveness in hanging out in like large streamers chats. Just because it's not very like I don't know. To me, streaming is like either background noise or like I'll turn on somebody's stream if I'm looking for information or if I want to just hang out or have something in the background while I'm playing, like listen, just kind of be there. But like large streamers, the chat just scrolls through. It's too much effort to like read through the stuff. You know, in the streamer, it's like a televised program. You're not interacting with a person. You know, with the smaller ones, do you have to preface your question with "Hey, guy"? Can confirm I'm here for background noise. White Sushi, welcome. Good to have you, sir. As always. I appreciate the keepo modes. Spamming Keck W is fun though. Okay, so I think we're at a point where we have enough people to where we're gonna do the early investing speech. So, you know, speech. Next YouTube video needs to be, hey guys. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna parody Fab Gun. That's just bad form. So, early league stuff. We are now once again website streamer. No, we're not. Let me find the website. We are now. So, early league and the reasons for speedrunning. You pull up Hidekora's lock. You go to day 1. It's 24 divs. Day 2, 42 divs. Day 3, 80 divs. You guys all know you can farm 24 to 40 divs in a day. Especially if you like no life for 2 days. This is 60 divs. You could have 2 locks. And then it jumps up to 284 a week later. Especially if you get together with like a friend or 2 or a group of 3. And you each farm a lock. Or a lock and a half. You guys invest early. Y'all can have a mirror to your name by day 10. Now, this right here was the exploit for locks. Normally, this continues. This graph from day 7. Transpose day 7 to day 4. This 117. Pretend that's 148. So the next point would be here. And then the next point would be here. And then would top out here. Drop a little bit. And then go back up. So this graph was artificially pushed over with the lock bug. Because they started dropping. And they never drop. They always go up. Up, 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 up. Unless there's some sort of bug or exploit. So the idea is to get locks early. Because of how cheap you can acquire them for the first 2 days and how stupid expensive they get later. So, you know, to that end, obviously, just climb, climb, climb. You hold them until 3 weeks, and you can have 1,200 divines, 1,300 divines for having played the game for 2 days and done fuck all. So, the other thing is mirror prices. So we look at like first couple of days. I mean, day 1, 300. Ain't nobody getting a mirror day 1 unless you drop it. Even day 2 or 3 is a little bit extra. But like they start to top out day 4, 5, 1,500. Mind you, that's like 5 locks. Even still, before they like start to take off really in that day 7 mark. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Day 7, day 8. It's entirely reasonable to be able to get 5 locks and get into a mirror. And then just sit on your money until it starts to hit like 4,000. Now, generally speaking, the other part to this is if you look at mirror prices, we are interested in specifically the end of the month. The 6K mark. About 4 weeks in is normally when Fubgun starts playing Temporalis. Roughly. Sometimes a little bit slower, sometimes a little bit faster, but roughly. So at this point, if you have a mirror by the end of the month, I know this is like wild hair strategies, but bear with me. Pretend you got together with 3 friends. And the 3 of you guys have 1 mirror across the 3 of you. Which you're holding. And it's worth 5,500 divines at the end of the month. And you see that like, if you watch Fubgun's stream, you can kind of gauge when he's about being done with the league. Not league, but the build, when he's about to play. Usually he'll play Temporalis for a second build. So, the Temporalis robe itself. Do you guys see when Fubgun started playing Temporalis? You see this right here? This is called Fubgun Temporalis effect. So all you do is you sell your 6K mirror on day 30, and you buy 2 relics. And then you wait for him to start playing it. And then you sell both relics. And you went from 1 mirror to 2 mirrors. You guys have friends? This guy talking about friends to a room full of gamers. Listen, I have a Discord with 500 people on it. Surely you can find one of the 500 to go, hey, let's try the shit Key's talking about all the time. What is a friend? And if you can't make a lock, you hold stuff like Whittles, right? Or are there better stuff to hold? Because I usually do lock, certain lineage, gem, Whittle, chaos. So if you can't hold a lock, the generic progression, the common knowledge, I air quote common knowledge. The generic knowledge is the progression of invest from early. Don't take this into month 2 and go that this doesn't work, because this is early. Abyssal Echoes, if you can't afford anything else. Abyssal Echoes is your one. Corollary to that, if you're going to go long-term, Chaos Orbs. Chaos Orbs are worth less than an Exalt. If you can spare like 500 Exalts early and dump them into Chaos and buy like 1,000 Chaos, they're going to go to like obnoxious levels of expensive. They go from being 1/20th of a divine to being like 1/8 of a divine. They go 15x for Chaos Orbs. So if you can get like 500, 1,000 Chaos Orbs early when they're less than a div and hold them, 15x your money. Chaos is literally GameStop. It's literally AMC from fucking 6 years ago. So that's a corollary, but they're long term. They're not short term. Short term, early league. Abyssal Echoes priority 1 if you can't afford anything else. If you can afford lights, you hold lights. If you don't feel like holding lights, you hold Whittles. So priority 2 is, or reverse. Priority 5 is Abyssal Echoes. Priority 4 is lights or Whittles. Priority 3 is going to be your locks. And then 2 is mirrors and 1 is probably Temporalis relics. Because Temporalis relics just double overnight. Fractures any good? Fractures are fantastic. Fub Keystone, the crypto trader of PoE 2. That's me. I think I'll try to run Sekima early league for the potential ascendancy div profit maybe. If you want to make money with Sekima early league, you need to build strong enough to do 6-man carries and then sell them on you sell them on drama with the guy. TFT. I'm a boomer, so I literally forget words. I forget words, chat. I'm 36. I'm like, it's right here in front of my brain, but I can't remember it. Early onset Alzheimer's. If you don't see me here in 10 years, you know what happened. I think Chaos is a bit effy. Depends on the situation. GGG nerfed crafted mods. Therefore, Chaos increased in value. Last league, Chaos was whatever. Chaos was whatever last league because Temple absolutely shat currency. And even still, if you bought Chaos for less than Exalt, they did go up and then they crashed. So, I could show you. Again, same thing. We have the data right here at your fingertips. You don't even have to go too freaking hard. We could literally look at this together, chat. It's not crazy. Like, we got our Fate of the Vol calculator. We could literally just pull Chaos. Keep in mind, we're talking early, before Temple stuff got discovered. So 1 div to 20 Chaos. We need to do it in Exalts. Because I usually look at the rate. Okay. How do I change the rate? Dumb streamer. Because the divine conversion's not the same. The divine, like, the divine itself increases in value. We need to... So, presumably the graph for Chaos should look like it's going down. 27, 34, 38. So that's too long. So we need to look at like a few days. 20 chaos to a divine, 41 chaos to a divine, 70, 80, 84 chaos to a divine. And then it usually goes down. So it didn't 10x in value, I guess. 111. Temple stuff started happening, I want to say, like, it was over Christmas. So this is, like, right there. This is Temple taking effect. Normally, this would go down further. So obviously you have no way of knowing, but if you hold them for too long, then you're screwed. But even still, they kind of drop. So it would be like buying at 85 and selling at 44 to a div. Comparison to Aldur, and I don't think we're going to have another Temple situation. So comparison to Aldur, 6850, this is what normal chaos graph should look like. Every league, chaos will look like this. You can buy 50 to 60 of them to a div, and then it gradually goes to like 10-ish. 13, 10, 8, whatever. So, and that's in the divine ratio. We really want to see it in exalteds, because we're looking at like day 1, 2, 3, where they're less than exalts. There. 1 exalt to 1.4 chaos, like there. If you bought a shitload of them, just... He did it. So the Divine Orb conversion is reversed. The Exalt is easier to see, right? But yeah. Boomer Streamer figured out how to scroll down and find the graph. It's on your screen. I like how it's literally on your screen below. Imagine reading chat mid-explanation. But you guys get the point, right? Like, that's what a normal graph should look like. Let's look at this in Val. In Exalts. Not Exalts. We need Chaos. Come on. There we go. So 8 Exalts to 1 Chaos, and then it dropped. So that's... no, that's not early. So starts out normal, and then Temple stuff. But I mean, even still, it holding and not going to 100 Exalts to Chaos is kind of crazy work. Because Exalts are inflated anyway, it should be just an upward facing graph. But it wasn't. It was all over the place with Temple. But that's Templenomics, right? It should be continuously growing from there just and hitting the moon. But yeah, is there a possibility that this happens again? Unlikely. I think GG has learned their lesson. It's not even day 1 chaos handy. It's day 3 chaos that's like the stupidest freaking price ever. But this is why we're doing these things. This is why we're having like the early league and the late league talk. Look at this shit. 1 Exalt buys you 1.4 Chaos. You could literally sell 100 Exalts at this point and buy 140 Chaos. Yeah, no, you cannot keep Exalteds at any point. Every time you go to bed, you must sell all your divs and you must sell all your Exalts. Like, if you allow... You definitely cannot be going to sleep with divs in your inventory for the first week, ever. Like, I don't care what you're doing. No divs. If you allow yourself 10 Exalts in inventory because you don't feel like converting the last 10, fine. But seriously, just buy some fucking Chaos Orbs. Like, you may as well just clean out your entire portfolio. No Exalts, no Divines, under any circumstances for the first week. So that's on the investment side. The bigger question that most people generally ask at this point is like, look, I get that the Hinicora's lock is 40 to 24 divs. How do I get 24 to 40 divs? Well, yes, it is good info for somebody to bring your attention to this, But this is literally available at your fingertips. This is a public resource available to any and everybody. You can look at every currency and any snapshot for 2 leagues. What do I convert the divs to in the first week? Omens? We've been through this. Rerolls, abyssal rerolls, lights and whittles, locks, mirrors. Yeah, but I gotta spend those 100 exalts getting 10% more damage on my weapon. Exactly. This is exactly why I was mapping on a 2 divine character 8 days into the league. Do you think being a hideout warrior exists in hardcore? Is the player base too small? I would have a hard time commenting on hardcore because I refuse to play that. I can wager a guess that it's probably not feasible. But that's just a guess, right? It's not... I can't back it up with any sort of information or experience or anything else. Should I take notes or is this going to be uploaded to YouTube? I mean, listen, even if this does get uploaded to YouTube, how do you understand what you have to do to be able to do this? You actually need to spend like 200-300 hours practicing your campaign. You got to get 2 friends to practice campaign and get this done. Because if you guys take 15 hours to clear your campaign, you can kiss this strategy a big long goodbye. You need to be faster than the average person. You need to clear the campaign in under 7. Like, preferably 5. If you do it under 10, it's like you're just getting your first lock like at 28-30 divs. Like, I think Corbin and I finished the campaign in 8 hours or like 7.5 or something this league. And we pooled our money together. We bought the first lock 25 hours into the league. So, and I mean, I slept 4 hours and he slept 4 hours. We were going non-stop. Could have stopped after you gotta get 2 friends. LOL. The hardest part about this strat is getting 2 friends. You could do this alone. You just gotta be... Listen, the slower you are, the more people you gotta involve into this. Yeah, the amount of farming and grinding you can do, but I'm telling you, if you do the prep and you get faster the campaign and you do some amount of speedrunning, like you don't have to compete with Angormus, right? Like that would be a very tall order. You don't even have to be like 90 or 80% as good as Angormus. Fucking do half of what he does, 60%, bro. Angormus is clearing Act 1 in 29 minutes. Just do 40. You do 60% of his speed. You know what I'm saying? So, this info being public, like, there's literally a video about investing this by Mir tier. There's a group of like 6 guys that do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not good at the game, not willing to lose sleep, to play on day 1 through 3, don't have friends to grind together, but I want my 1 mirror by the first week. What's the strat? Pray, just whatever deity you believe in. Face your holy city, do a lot of prayers, drop a mirror. Easy game. Install OBS. Yeah, however, we don't know if currency drops will be the same, so could end up being more difficult. Listen, I got a news flash for you, sir, about how markets work. It doesn't matter how currency drops happen. They're not going to change the drop rate of mirrors or locks. The only thing that GGG historically fucks with is the drop rates of the lower currencies. They usually set their higher ones in stone and barely ever adjust them once every several years, if at all. So the market is going to adjust. Everything is priced based off the mirror price for at least several weeks. It doesn't matter if the divine is less common or more common. Because you're not making this money with divines. You're not fishing for raw div drops. You're going to be playing the economy. you're gonna be working with players. The exalt is gonna be common no matter what. No matter what they twist and turn with like drop rates and currency and whatever else, irrelevant. Because you're leveraging the efforts of 800,000 people playing on League Start. And you're trying to provide them with items and crafting currencies that are easy to acquire but yet very desirable early on, which is how, like, we're gonna get into this in a second anyway, which is how to get the actual lock, because right now I'm showing you all the reasons why we do this and like the long-term stuff, but I'm still not I haven't talked to you about how to actually get this lock, which there's a reasonable strat that you could do without breaking a sweat or farming crazy anyway. So let me catch up on chat and then we'll break into part 2. Guys, 30 div is pretty easy. One div is like 20x on first days. It's more like 60x, but still. It's more like 60x, Kaikwek, but even still, you're not looking at, if you want to farm a lock off of raw currency drops alone, you're doing it wrong. Banger economy stream. Well, hoping to be. Maybe if I provide enough value, you guys will come back for 1.0, and then one day I'll achieve my long life dream of being a full-time streamer. Don't have to get a fucking job for it. But, hopes and dreams. Anyway, keep omens, chaos, divines, exalts. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. You missed the boat. You keep Abyssal Echoes if you can't afford anything else. Here, I'm gonna literally put it in my inventory. I'm not gonna put the other two because I'm broke right now. LOL. So you go Abyssal Echoes, Whittles or Lights, Dealer's Choice, Locks, Mirrors. Actually, we have community money that I can show with this with. We don't have a mirror of community money, but Echoes, Whittles or Lights, Locks, Mirrors. That's your progression. That's not our money. This is community money, so we can't fuck with it. I watched this stream today and I learned you can pin island rumors LMAO. Yes, sir. Streamer stealing from his community. It's not so much stealing as it is borrowing momentarily and putting it back. And technically speaking, this is money of dead people. Because these people have left the game for good to come back into the next league, and they said, I'm not doing anything with it. Let me dump it on the streamer and have him do stuff with it. And have I done stuff with it? Not at all. Technically, we gambled grants money, and then we made the community quarterstaff with it. Let me use that money because I need it. That's not how that works, sir. How are we going to spend the rest of the community money before the league is over? We might not spend the rest of the community money before the league is over. It might just be there. Look, I grinded for Temporalis for a week when I could have just taken the community money and said, oh, whatever, it was donated. They said, do whatever you want with it. But no, I want all of my money and all of the builds and all of everything that I do and everything that's in the stash to be replicatable by every single one of you. Being a streamer and getting donations is not replicatable. Every single bit of all this currency is earned 100% through my efforts. So I want you to be able to look at this and go, he can do it. He's a boomer. He's fucking dumb as shit. I could do this. Would be ashamed to just send it to standard. Would it? Would it be ashamed to just send it to standard? Help poor people is a good use of community money. Yeah, okay. Meant to ask, do you have the MTX that shows you how much you made from selling Ange? I don't, because it is on the random box Gamba, and I'm poor. I'm also poor IRL, not just on stream, so I didn't drop a whole bunch of money on the Gamba boxes. Stop talking like this. You're not dumb. Average player doesn't even farm 100 div. I mean, it's like, I'm telling you, I'm not the sharpest tool at the shit. You know, maybe I'm a little bit smarter than the average bear, but only ever so slightly. Like, this is replicatable by everybody. I'm not, like, every single one of you could do it. And that's the big point why I don't accept donations. Like, if you give me stuff, I'm gonna take it, not to embarrass you, but am I gonna use it on anything? I mean, like stream gambas, maybe. That's it. We can use it for some content. But it's not going to actually usable. Appreciate you. So I need that caster gear. Yeah, me too, brother. Me too. I got donated 3k divs from a friend who quit the league today. That's not replicable by most either. I need the stuff for science. For science, exactly. Every single player can do it. Mapping would actually be the most profitable strat. And Gormus does the fastest campaign on Warrior. I don't know. What are the best characters? There's the best characters for every startup. It doesn't matter. It really does not matter. If you want to play caster, you could do it on ED Contagion. You could do it on the Varashta Sorceress for minions. You could do it on the demon form on Witch. You could do it on... Don't do it on Monk. Monk is the only class that is literally allergic to speedrunning. Do not do it on Monk under any circumstances. You want to make money? Don't play Monk. Like, you need to be in the top 0.1% of the Monk players, and even still, you're just slower than Twister. So don't do Monk. But you could do Twisters on either Deadeye or Huntress. You could do Grenades on Mercenary. And you do Shield Wall on Warrior. So, it's doable on anything. I mean, I played Monk every single league for all 5 of them. I have a Monk character in every league. I have a Deadeye character in every league, other than this one, I guess. But yeah. I believe in you. Please get bored of making the content. Look at how the Farmer X from no one became very popular. You should be soon. I mean, don't get bored. Yeah. Well, listen, I'll tell you a little secret about myself. I don't really want to play this game alone. It's very unfun alone. It's very unfun with friends. And so part of the appeal of streaming is to have people to talk to. So you guys are helping me as much as I'm helping you. Anyway, always wanted to play Twister. Guess it's going to be Twister. The main thing about campaign is practicing. So as far as the early strat, the number one thing is you need to get to maps early. The average player takes 10 to 12 hours to get to maps. You need to beat that. You need to beat that well enough to establish a base to be able to sell them stuff. So we're talking 6-7 hour campaign. That should be your goal to be able to get there. Like, Angormus does it in 3. I don't expect you to do it in 3. But do it in 6 or 7. If you can do 50% of what he does, you can make that happen without spending, like, you know, thousands of hours. Maybe it'll take you a couple of 100 hours of practice to get to 5-6. Wen, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate you. But 6-7 hour campaign, that's what you're shooting for. You come out of the campaign, you get to the Atlas, now what? So let's go through the Atlas. So the first thing that you're gonna do, assuming they don't change anything, is you're gonna path these 10 maps over to Abyss, and you're gonna pick up your Abyss tablets here. Reason being is ribs are expensive early, jawbones are expensive early, and they drop from the chests on the Abyss. The prefix necromancy is stupid expensive early. Prefix necromancy is 20 exalts. That's 1/3 of a div for one prefix necromancy. Ribs are like 10 to 12 exalts. That's 1/6 of a divine. Jawbones are 1/3 of a divine early on. The suffix necromancy is like 10 exalts. All of the stuff that drops from these things are expensive. Yes, you have a chance of getting an Omen of Light. Yes, you have a chance of getting Abyssal Echoes, but early on you don't have enough rarity for that because those get affected by rarity. So you're coming here and you're doing like 10 to 12 maps for Abyssal Tablets. The other thing you're doing is you're clicking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maps for Omens, 7, 8 for Anamumu. Amanamu. Amumu from League of Legends. 8 Abyss maps to get this and this, so you could start pulling dudes out of the fog. The Crying Mummy. That's who we're picking here. So, at least 8 maps, probably 10 or 12. Because you don't have any tablets and you have a really high chance of dropping Abyss tablets, so you're going to walk away from these 10 maps with like 5 Abyssal tablets. These 5 Abyssal tablets buy you 50 maps in this direction, making sure that Abyss is on everything. So you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah, 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 blah. So it should get you all the way to the end here and all the way to the end here, with Abyss being present on every single map. You're just passively getting, on average, 20 exalts a map. 10 exalts a map. Something like that. Just from Abyssal currency. You haven't done shit yet. Of course I'm right, sir. I almost do this for a living. Alright. Here's point 2. You open this up as you start doing the Atlas points. You ignore all this bullshit. You're going to go here and you're going to click the Greater Abrasion. Greater Abrasions are half a divine, spiking at 1 divine. You're not going to blow them on stupid weapon crafts for yourself because you don't fucking need it, because you're smarter than that and you know how to pick up cheap elemental weapons from the trade side that people that don't know how to play the game are dropping on there for 10 exalts, and they do the same damage as the percent fizz ones. And you're going to sell the Greater Abrasions to all the fub cucks for half a div a piece. Just send them out. Or 20 exalts a piece, whatever it is. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Greater Abrasions. You're going to pick up all these essence nodes. You're going to get here. You're going to go around and you're going to pick up these essence nodes. And you're going to grab Perfect Battle. Right here. These things are div to 2 divs. You're going to ignore all of this bullshit. You're going to just make sure you take this point right here because you need to, like, it'll block you right at this explicit or like this one. So you go around and you pick up here and then you go for your essences. You pick up battle. Then your next priority is to go get +1 mod on the tablet and then the second mod on the tablet. The first one you're going to get from the fake Arbiter boss, and then the second you do from the real Arbiter boss. To get to the real Arbiter boss, you're going to get extra points. So once you pick up this, you're going to beeline over for these essences, and you're going to pick up one of 2 things. This is your preference. If you're going for more abrasions, if the market's good for abrasions, you're going to go for 1 here. You're going to pick up monsters cannot be released, and they always change it, and you just roll for abrasions with your Val Orbs. If abrasions are dirt cheap, and you're going for battles, you're going to pick up double corrupt right here. And then you're going to pick up the rest of this, and then you're going for more rare monsters, whatever. There's a lot of power in the Atlas. Don't get me wrong. And there's going to be certain things that are better one league, worse another league. I'm telling you, this is bulletproof. There's never going to be a league where Greater Abrasions aren't worth all the money. There's never going to be a league where Ribs aren't worth all the money, where Prefix Omens aren't worth all the money for Abyss, where rerolls aren't worth all the money, where battles aren't worth all the money. They're always going to be the case, no matter what's happening. They are not going to, like, in order for them to not work, they'll literally have to, like, ruin the drop rates, ruin the essences, whatever else. But no matter what they do, these things are still, early on, is your major sources of power. The other thing, when you pick up all these essence nodes, what you don't see on the tree is the greater thawing the greater grounding, and the greater insulation. These ones are 10 to 15 exalts apiece. So while you're picking up essences, if half of your maps have an essence and you roll them, you're going to walk away with either greater abrasion or a greater insulation. One of these. It's not that uncommon to pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 essences are worth all the money in the world early on. And 5 of them are greater. And like, even if you fail, like the perfect sorcery is worth all the money, just like perfect battle, if not worth more early on. Greater sorcery, meh. But even some of these smaller ones are like 5 to 7 exalts. So you just over-index on all your essences and you over-index on all your abyss currency, and you don't have to see a single exalt or divine drop from the ground. You get one, it's gravy. Spend it on gear. God bless you. But all of these you can directly turn into money, and then directly turn that money into your investing currency. And then you directly turn that investing currency into more investing currency. And then when you're done playing like a crackhead for 5 days and you're sitting on a mirror, you can literally log out and not play the game for 2 weeks. Go spend time with your wife, go take a vacation, do whatever the hell you need to do. Come back and your mirror went 6x in price. It earned more than 3 people farming that whole time parallel to it. Call me Bender. I appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. You've unlocked Keystone, the economy streamer. LOL. Those necromancy omens were almost 20x until Sunday, the first weekend. Okay. Corollary to the necromancy omens. You are not, under any circumstances, to use Sinistral Necromancies early on. Never, ever, ever use Sinistral Necromancies. Here's what I mean. Let me do a demo. My wife, didn't you listen to what Chad had to say about having friends? Now we need wives? You don't, technically speaking, you don't need wives. You can have one if you want to. You're allowed. You have my permission. I need this league and today to start the plan. Okay, so we're going to pick a Sinister Quarterstaff. We're going to show you a league start craft. Literally, this is the surge string. Count 1. We don't care what this is. Magic. We're just gonna go like 80s across the board. I usually go 70, 80, 90 in progression of magnitudes. Cold, fire, lightning. FYI, if you guys don't know, the magnitudes go cold, fire, lightning. So that's count 1. Count 2. Crit bonus. Attack speed, whatever. This is when you need a weapon. This works on anything, but pick on whatever you need. Any tier. You could set your tiers if you really want to, but you don't have to. Usually I'll go like 16 and I'll go like 12. And we need a magic one. Okay, tier 3, tier 3. This will be a little bit more than 3 exalts. This will be like 10 exalts. But you can go tier 4, tier 4. But let's say this is our weapon. So you managed to aug it. You picked up a Sinister Quarterstaff and you auged it. It's item level 77. That's what you're crafting on. Like, you can take a bunch of these. However, the important part is that you don't take crit. Right? This is how we do elemental weapons early on. You pick up one of your Seeking Essences. It's like 4 exalts. Nobody cares about Seeking Essences. You slam it with a Seeking Essence. Okay, cool. You're gonna have to do this like 10 or 12 times. These bases aren't worth shit because nobody knows about this. You have 3 tiers of good stuff on it. Okay, you ready? You're not spending any Sinistral Necromancies. What you are spending is you're spending the Dextral Exaltations because they're like 3 to 4 exalts early on. So instead of forcing your Abyss thing to go on the prefix, you're just going to slam the suffix with this. And yes, 99% of the time you're going to hit the dog shit. That's not the point. The point is to fill your suffixes so that when you slam the prefix again, and if there's a chance you didn't get dog shit, like if it was tier 4 or 5 lightning, then at that point you invest the money into a jawbone. And then you can just naked jawbone and it always hits a prefix. And that way you could force your suffixes to be full because you got one to start with, you essenced one, and then you suffix slammed one. And this is how you force a prefix on the desecration without having to spend the money on it. Not having a wife or a husband might be an advantage to league start. Yeah, not gonna lie, kind of true. Wives have been 100% shown to reduce gaming time. Got rid of mine, and now I game 100% more. Alimony and child support is a bitch, though. Yeah, I guess you pick your battles, right, sir? I never heard anyone giving these hints. Most people just stop at speedrun the campaign. Yeah, speedrun the campaign is just not actionable, right? Like, if I tell you to speedrun the campaign, you're gonna look at me and your eyes are gonna glass over and you're gonna be like, okay, why? What's the point? Like, it's a lot of work to speedrun the campaign. Like, you need to know why and what to do afterwards. Because speedrunning the campaign isn't really the... We don't do it for the purposes of speedrunning the campaign. I finished my campaigns in 3 days. I always clear every portion of the map before proceeding. That's very, very not good. The only crying happens when they spawn a black cloud as you kill them and you see an omen of liege. Yes, you better not kill them inside the cloud. You better pull them out. If you can't pull out a dude out of a cloud, then never mind. I'm gonna stop right there. Streamologic guys, just spec into Rogue Exiles and then get lucky to get a Heart of the Well to sell for 20 div and then buy a lock. So to the logic of Rogue Exiles, you can put Rogue Exiles on your tablets. If you buy tablets with Rogue Exiles, you can stick them on there, but it's very RNG. One reason I suspect you could do this full time was you're more fired up than this on Saturday discussing these things 5.5 hours into the stream after speedrunning Act 1 back to back. It's not my proudest moment. Don't mention it. I know. You don't have to put it like that. Don't even need to pull now since the downtime of the cloud is so long. Yeah, there's that. You could wait out the cloud for sure. So, and Heart of the Wells is definitely an early game strategy, but absolutely. So you could layer your strategies, right? You got a layer of Abyss, you got a layer of Essences, you got a layer of throwing the Rogue Exiles into the Abyss. You absolutely do every single ritual that you see, because from tier 15s, like once you get to tier 15s, they can show Whittles. You probably won't see any Whittles, but that's fine. Whittles aren't the majority of our earning anyway. But the regular Pedly Omens, they still sell for a fuckload. So, you know, you just pick up all the extras. And, like, these things are half a divine, the collarbones. So, God forbid you drop an Omen of Light on a collarbone and you get a little bit lucky. That just accelerates you and accelerates you and accelerates you. And the other part is, while you're running these maps, you're picking up a bunch of white and blue bullshit. And while you're in the map, here's the other part that you need to do. While you're mapping, you need to have a row wherever you like to have the row. Doesn't matter. Since you're doing essences, you need a row of all orbs. Period. End of story. You're going to need a row of exalted orbs because of hold please. Where the heck is it? There's a node that lets us exalt essences onto things. There you go. Because of this node right here. And you can get this pretty early. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 maps in. You can start exalting your essences. I highly recommend you exalt your essences. Because that's, on average, a 3x on your exalted orb. On average. Could be more. Like, this node is going to be your second priority. That node's your third priority. So, you walk into a map. You need to have your Transog. You need to have the Vol Orbs. You need to have Exalted Orbs. I wouldn't carry Essences in there, but I would carry Regals. So you need to have a row of currency. Inside the map, you pick up the white bases. You don't need to ferry all that bullshit there. You trans, you aug. You get 2 good mods, you save it, you bring it back home with you. If it's bullshit, you throw it on the ground, you keep it moving. You got this for your essences. You got your regals for your researcher strong boxes. So you can do some basic crafting machinations inside the actual map. And if this is a item where you don't think that like the essence is too expensive or whatever, or if it's like half baked and it's blue and it's got one really good mob but you don't care about something else, then you throw a regal onto it. And sometimes the regal lands and it's great. You bring it back home and then you consider about doing other things with it. So not only are you doing all that, but because you're 5 hours ahead of schedule, you just transogging bases that are higher item level is going to net you a couple of them every hour, maybe 5 of them every hour of like a piece of gear with 2 resists and 2 defenses. We're not asking for perfection. Just the average tier 3 resistances and tier 3 defenses. Just the basic slop. Because what does the average player do at the end of their campaign? You guys know how the average player plays this game? They run the campaign at their pace. On day 2 or day 3 or whatever, they show up to Doriani in the little Sun Temple looking thing. And then they go, shit, I just got to maps. My gear sucks, I do no damage, my resistances are fucked, but I have 3 divines I dropped in the campaign. Let's go shopping. Right. Guess who needs to be there with a full selection of wares available for every single noob that spent 12 hours clearing the campaign who goes shopping with their campaign divs? You do. That's the whole point of getting 5-6 hours, and you can do this in between. So you're getting layers on layers on layers on layers of getting money without ever dropping a single fucking divine on the ground. So, Abyss currency, essences, rogue exiles for some gamba, basic operations in the maps, crafting gear, running rituals for a little chance of gamba. You forgot to mention the RMTers go shopping as well. For sure. For sure. I mean, listen, I don't promote it. I'm not going to tailor my strategy around it. Sure, they do. Fuck them. Whatever. Here's the next level. I have a video on this. You have gold. Gold is just divines ready for the taking. Because what you're going to do is you're going to click on Exalted Orbs. Actually, what you're going to do, just on League Start, humor me out on this. You click a Regal, and you click a Divine Orb. You see the spread? Nobody's doing this right now. If I started with 1 Divine, and I did a 0 to mirror, I would literally 3 times my money from Divines to Regals. I would literally sell a divine for 1150 regals and wait for like 30 minutes. It'll sell. And then I'll turn around and buy one for fucking... buy 3 of them for 320 a piece. You see the spread on holding alt on this? You see this insanity? Like, yeah, 7 of you can show up and ruin that market, but these exist across all of them. So all you do is you convert gold into divines through this. So what you end up doing, let's give you an example of how this works exactly on the Regal market. So we will list one divine for 1100 regals. And we let that sit. And then what I'll actually do is just buy a bunch of regals and exalts. Let's go 90, for example, here. And then what I would do is sell the regals for divines. Now it says 1100, but the competing trades are 307. So I'm going to list it at 310. And now you see what's happening here. I have one divine for sale for 1100, and I have one divine for purchase for 300. And the margin in the middle is my profit. That's just your basic day trading. So these are 5 slots for you to literally print money as long as you have gold. The only caveat to this is gold. So you can run literally 5 slots of shit making you money while you're picking up your Abyss currency and maps. What do I think about flipping Verizium and Chaos? I don't have enough gold for that shit. Once you say Verizium, I say I'm out. I don't know, not regular Verizium to Chaos. This is why I'm out. I don't want to hear the word Verizium ever, because it's 10 gold per transaction. And when you get into currencies like Verizium, or on PoE 1, the harvest juice, anything like that, fucking rogue coins, harvest juice, I'm out. I'm not flipping it under any circumstances. It takes way too much gold. Lisa Loki, thank you very much for the follow. So, you have like 6 different avenues of making money as soon as you get to the campaign. The only thing you have to do yourself is A, pay attention enough. Like, this is not some obscure knowledge that's hidden behind a paywall or anything else. Like, you guys literally know this. This isn't like, I didn't tell you anything new. I just refocused your attention on shit you already know. And then the other thing you got to do is spend the time while everybody's fucking around on PoE 1, right? If you want to be serious about making money next league, you still go fuck around on PoE 1 for a couple of weeks. But instead of dragging it on and just playing it till whatever and hee ha ha, then you start your next league right at the very, like, you're 3 days before the PoE 2 reset comes in. You're like, shit, I don't know what to play. Maybe I should go look at Fubgun and Palsteron and Zizren and see what they're playing and look at all this and look at all that. Sure, do that. However, if you're smart and you're prepared and you want to make the money, cut your PoE journey, PoE 1 journey 2-3 weeks short. Go back to PoE 2 while the league is dead and nobody's doing anything. I should go watch Fubgun for sure. Cut your PoE 1 journey earlier and then go and start preparing for the league. Go run a practice run. Think about what build you're going to play. Because a lot of what kills your time is when you're going and you're trying to cut a skill early on and you're like, oh, let's look at this. Ooh, I got a level 10 support gem or a level 1 support gem. Man, I'm on a crossbow. What skill should I do? Ooh, that explosive grenade looks good. What does it do? It's got cooldown per quality. What is this? Heat and fire damage? And the speedrunner's like, click, 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 engrave, GI, they're moving it, they equip it, they're running, they're done, they're gone. They haven't read a single fucking thing. The only way that you can do this without being able to read it is by practice. Because if you're like, okay, I'm gonna play Huntress or Deadeye, don't care either way, it's gonna be Twister. Great. If I'm on Deadeye, I need a spear. Am I gonna mule it? No, muling is bad. You just continue until you get a spear, either in Red Veil or whatever. And then, you might get a spear drop, or you might buy it from a vendor. Okay, then what? What are my support gems? What are my skill gems? What are my spear gems? You need to already not have it memorized from before, but having practiced it enough, you already have the throwing the football through the tire. You have the motions. You're like, I know my very first gem is going to be speed for the whirling slash. My second gem is going to be the ground. My third gem is going to be blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is. Like on grenades, the first gem is multi-shot. The second one's armament. The third one is multi-shot for the flash grenade. The third one is the fourth one's concentrated area for flash grenade. Once you know this, because you've done it enough, you don't have to read stuff. You don't have to think about it. You're literally picking them up, and you already know when you pick up a gem what it's going for and why. And that's like easily a 30 to 40 minute time save across the entire campaign, not reading stuff. And the other part is being prepared for what stats do I need? When do I need them? Have a notepad with regexes on there. Okay, I'm looking for movement speed and damage to attacks. That's why my regex is simple. It's literally Vem for movement speed with the slash, and then it's OAT, damage to attacks. And that's it. I just show me damage to attacks and show me movement speed. I don't care about your defensive stats. I play on soft core. I will die. That's okay. We move on with life. You have your regex. You're not looking at the shop going, oh, but is this one having a little bit more stats or a little bit less stats? Don't care. You look at the shop, it's highlighted, you check weapons manually, cool. If it's highlighted, you look at it. If it's good, you buy it. If it's not good, you don't buy it. And then you're out of there. And what do you like to do for fun? I like to practice no-lifing a game so I can no-life a game at season start so I don't have to no-life it later. Correct. This guy gets it. People are colossally lazy. The Arbiter of Divinity fragments sell for 4 chaos less than the combined fragments. You make a divine every time you run up and down the stairs twice. LOL. Yeah, I mean, all those things are true. Also, doesn't this league still have like 4 months? How do you make sure your build holds up early league? You can't. You just pray. But certain builds are timeless. No matter the nerfs that they throw at Twister, I mean, it is possible they'll kill it, but they won't. Like, even if they nerf Twister a little bit, it's still going to be great. So, no matter what they do to it, it's going to be strong enough. And it'll be A-okay. You just pick something that's been very, very good for a long time, and even if it's bad, like, even if it's worse than what it used to be, it still is gonna be fine enough for you to work. We wanted to see what he's here to buy. A 5 divine helmet, sir? I don't really care about that 5 divine helmet. Mr. Miyagi. Level 84 monk. If Mr. Miyagi asks us, we would give them the helmet for free. Mr. Miyagi is not on stream, but if he asked, exclamation mark IGN. Grenades hopefully no nerf. People would talk about grenade nerfs for 4 seasons. They are not nerfing grenades. Grenades are terrible in the end game. They're not going to nerf them just for campaign. Landed Fizz plus 7 Fracture on Reaping Staff, and max roll spells that cost life prefix. As well as Nature's Archon for suffix, but it has T1 int. Should I try to bump it off with suffix and all? Sir? I have no clue. I don't know about plants reaping staff. Do plants even play on a reaping staff? So, you know, evidently doing this on stream means people show up and try to actually make money with it. Fine enough. But you guys get the idea. This will fill when it's not on stream. Mr. Miyagi, I remember that name from Farmer Stream. How do you get your build up and running quick early maps, like while you're doing Abyss in the Atlas? That's again practice. Just SSF it, bro. That's the only way to guarantee that you're going to be okay at the early end game is to practice it. When you practice your campaign and you get to early maps, just SSF to tier 5 instead of SSFing to the end of the campaign. And at first, like, take it one bite at a time. Take it one zone at a time. Take it one act at a time. Get to Act 1 to where you're happy with it. Work on Act 2. Work on Act 3. Then work on Act 4. Then work on your early end game. Obviously, you can skip around and whatever, but it's a progressive nature. So, and here's the other part, you guys. Once you actually start speedrunning, what you'll realize is this shit is like a different game. It's not anything that you've ever played before in PoE. Speedrunning is PoE the roguelike. If you like roguelike games, it's literally one of the most perfect roguelikes ever made. You have randomized levels with the same goals, with, yes, the same bosses, so your bosses aren't randomized, but with randomized gear, and you get to pick your skills however you want to. And you get random access to those skills. So it's the perfect blend of determinism and randomization, and you can run it and make it as challenging as you want. The way you make it more challenging is by going faster and being more underleveled. So it's an entirely different aspect to this game, and it's really, really, really fun. It's not because I like speedrunning, because I normally hate it in all the games, but once you start playing, you'll be like, damn, I didn't realize this could feel good, but it really does. Can you say some stuff on the ground loot in early league? Like, how much do you bother with it? What kind? Not asking about what affixes or items, of course. I mean, you try to vacuum everything. I checked rares, you check blue items, you check white items. You try to stick to the bases that are popular, usually EV-ES bases or ES bases. I mean, I don't really fuck with armor stuff at all because there's a grand total of like 3 warriors and they're gonna hit the end of campaign, you know, in 4 days later, unless their name is Angormus. Again, Gormus is going to hit campaign very fast, but everybody else is like, shoo. You know, like, you won't see a warrior in the end game for like 4 days, so I don't even loot armor stuff. Generally speaking, all the Fubgunner things, EV-ES gear and ES gear, and pure EV gear. So it helps if you play an EV-ES build, so that you know what the Rangers and the Huntresses and the Monks need, because generally speaking, that's who's getting, like, most of the stuff. The cadence of the league is attack builds first, caster builds later, warrior builds never. So you're gonna do and craft and loot and prefer attack stuff for Huntress, Ranger, Monk early, and you're gonna prefer caster, cast on crit, cast on elemental ailment, comet, spark, arc, plants, stuff like that later. Maybe not plants, because plants is more of an early one, but, you know, whatever the witches are doing, whatever the druids are doing, for the most part, if you get used to the attack builds first, caster builds later cadence, you're gonna have a good time. Warrior slander. I mean, listen, warriors got shot in the head repeatedly, and are bleeding out, and GGG is standing on top of them, pointing the gun at their head, screaming, "Stop resisting." The poor warriors got nerfed like 8 times for zero reason at all. The class is really, really rough to play, you know? I tried to go fast on my second character, then noticed I was getting no XP on Act 2. I think I skipped too many mobs. You do need to do management, and specifically Act 2 is a lot about XP management. I don't know if you watched yesterday's stream, but I was yapping about XP, 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 XP the entirety of Act 2. I didn't say XP much at all, except for Ramparts in Act 1, but every zone in Act 2, I'm like checking, I'm looking, and you just get used to it. Act 2 sucks on XP. That's just it. So you need to make sure that you get there within reasonable levels. That's why towards the end of Act 1, you're trying to be like level 13, 14, and then you need to be staying within the 2-3 level zone curve on Act 2. The XP nerfs have annoyed me to no end. Agreed. But it's also a skill expression too. Next league will be a Warrior League Copium. Sir, the sword and the axe skills have already leaked. They have plus the total attack time on them. And if I know anything about GGG and how they do PoE 2, they're going to put requires frenzy charge to use on all the cool stuff, or power charge, or endurance charge. And then they're going to put plus the total attack time. And then they're going to make sure that nothing shotguns in any capacity. And then they're going to make sure that they have innate reduced AoE. And then they're going to make sure that in order to even get there and get enough damage on them, you're going to have to take all the reduced attack speed nodes. So if you started with 2 base attack time, you now have a 2.8 base attack time. So you literally take 7 business days to do one swing in the time that it took a Deadeye to shoot 17 arrows across the map, clear the whole screen, and walk away. You're still in your wind-up animation. Like, we know that that's what's going to happen. And if by some miracle the warrior skill is good on swords, the only reason it's going to be good is it's going to be fucking lightning strike or cyclone. And it's just going to be a projectile. And it's going to get scaled like a projectile, and you're just going to play a melee Deadeye, basically. You're just going to play Gladiator, and it's going to scale your Deadeye-ness. And you're going to fire 5 projectiles with 1 ground strike, and they're going to clear the whole screen, and you're going to be like, yay, I'm a warrior, but I feel like I'm firing a bow, even though I'm slamming a sword to the ground. This is my first league, and I was busy when it's drop. I hope I learn many stuff early. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, just, I think mace skills in general are a little bit on the weaker side. So as far as more stuff on getting your build up and running, practice is one part. The second part is being used to, like, I don't get my build up and running early on. I really don't. I promise you. I put like 3 divines into it, 2 divines into it, and then I map on 2 to 3 divines as far as I can take it, and then I map on it some more. And then when I can't take it anymore, only then do I put any money into it. I am literally, like, I think week 2, I had 10 divines into my character. Corbin and I had a mirror, half and half. And I had, like, 3 locks in my inventory. And my character was worth 10 divines. So no chance we get a Geonor-like screen-wide 2-handed swipe? If you do, you will need 3 frenzy charges, 3 power charges, and it'll have a 5-second wind-up time, in which case you'll get mobbed, stunned, and killed by monsters before you can do anything. I finished Count Gunnar at level 13, then just zoomed past too many mobs, I think. Not to mention the 30-second cooldown. Yeah, forgot to mention the cooldown 100%. You can only do it once per week, only on Tuesdays, only after sunset, but directly after sunset. In my mind, any of the sword axe skills happen to be good, it's probably going to be better on gemling anyways. True, based, and so sad. Honestly, you can clear the game in 10 div worth of gear with a good build and a bit of play, a bit of skillful play. For sure. For sure you can. That's why the whole point of the early economy is to, like, invest in your money more so than your character. Because if you drop 100 divs on your character, you might feel good about it for a day or two. But at the end of the day, that 100 divs is going to depreciate and that gear is going to be worthless because gear usually depreciates. You want to put your early money in appreciating assets, not depreciating assets. Resistance gear depreciates like crazy. Your early weapons depreciate like crazy. So you need to put the minimum amount that you can stomach into your character. Do not invest any more than you absolutely need. Now, obviously, I'm not advocating for you to go and do like a 6 exalt slam on a weapon and just equip that and dumbly try to clear the game. That's obviously terrible. You want to find smart and meaningful upgrades. The reason why the attack classes are so good is if you get a decent-ish weapon, everything else is just defenses and resists. It doesn't really matter. So I put my money in locks and omens early. It paid off enormously later. Exactly. Why does res gear depreciate? Because you get better res gear. Because early res gear looks like this. Tier 3 res, life, or tier 3 energy shield, and that's it. And you get better and better gear, and you get access to more and more luxury stats. So res gear, it's just imperfect early. It's usually lower tiers. And so people craft and get access to better bases. They craft and get access to more currency. So they start applying things like whittles. They start chaosing. They start rolling for better resistances. Enough people get into the end game. People get lucky slams. So you get a big surplus of, and res is really easy to hit. And whenever something can be in very high supply, the demand for resistance gear is limited. It's very, very... It feels like it's unlimited early on, but in all reality, it's limited because a person needs a set amount of resistance gear, and then that's it. And then they're selling off their shit to get more resistance on less pieces of gear. At the end of the day, they want to fill their character with more luxury stats and less res. So at first, people are good having triple tier 3 res on gloves and rings and helmet and boots and body armor and have it be like tier 4, tier 5 reses and Frankenstein 75 all res, a little bit of basic defenses, an attack weapon, and go. But as the league goes on, they want to start getting stuff like the crit and stuff like the cast speed and the skill effect duration, then the charge is not consuming, and the rarity and the this and the deflection and the reservation efficiency and the plus skills and the crit bonus, and they start wanting all these extra stats, so they compress the resistances into a few affix slots. So a bunch of people get all the gear desirably, and then they start dumping it pretty quickly. So everybody's going to the next tier of gear, and that tier that you just purchased 3 days later, 4 days later, when people are offloading it, is in a ridiculously huge supply. And now more people are past that level, so your demand for the gear is low and your supply is high, so it kills your prices. It drives your price all the way down. Resistance, you mean mage blood? Yeah, sure. So the gear just accumulates. We don't have soulbound gear, so everyone who gets an upgrade puts their old stuff on the market. Correct. Have you seen the massive cold res ring? Yeah, it was linked in my Discord. Somebody did a +2 suffix, -2 prefix with the magnitude on the prefix, and they flexed everything to cold res. It's like 200 something cold res on a ring. Hilarious. I think cold res is scaled with something. Something scales off of cold res. I don't remember what build, but I've seen something about a build scaling from it. Was for the ES stacking build. Skin of the Loyal scales ES with cold res. Nice. So now you guys should understand why I didn't want to do the speech twice. Because that was a long speech, y'all. We said a lot of things, and we did a lot of things there. Alright, I guess we get what we get here. We got a Wisdom Prolif. This is bait, by the way. This ruins your Opulence Prolif if you get Opulence, so we can't take it. I guess we'll take Katla on this one. This is Death Proliferate. I'll take 5 random currency with a Death Proliferate. That's fine. Life Prolif, don't care. Wisdom, great. Useless. Two and olds. How nice of you, game. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the sub, by the way. Appreciate you. Bong Water Face Wash. Love the name. Love the name. And I don't even smoke. Alright, so this is looking like I don't really give a shit about this map. I'm just gonna click some remnants, just for the sake of clicking remnants. And then we're gonna fuck off out of here, because nothing here is of any kind of sort of interest to me. We're gonna gamble on a couple of divs to like maybe pay off our tablets, but all this looks like complete ass. Now you can delete the stream so no one can catch the info. It doesn't matter if people know the info, you still have to execute on it. Like, this is not... 20 of you could do this, and it really won't matter. Because the demand for it is, like, nearly infinite early on. And it's only a function of your speed. This happens every league, and, like, hundreds, if not thousands of players know about this. It's not like some new information. It's just a reasoning for you to get better at running the campaign. I just want to make sure you guys know why we're spending the time on the speedrunning in the campaign. That it's not just like, hey, Mr. Streamer likes to have fun for the campaign. Lord Master King, appreciate the follow. It's not because I'm like obsessed with making my time better. Like, it's I do burn out on the speedrunning too. Speaking of which, we'll probably do a run. We'll do a vote for build help if somebody wants it, and we'll do a vote on speedrunning. So that'll probably be our night end. Is gonna be on we're gonna finish these expeditions, and then we're gonna take a vote. And while you guys vote, I'm gonna go take a smoke break. Actually, no, I'll have to sit through the vote, because it's only 2 minutes. Because if I go smoke, I won't know how the vote resulted. It doesn't give me like a breakdown. Yeah. Okay, I think we got a div there. Oh, nice. Definitely called it. What are you looking for? Money. I am looking for dollary dues. We are poor. We are now extremely poor because this little puppy right here cost us 4,000 divines. So now we have $0. What is your life? The mana? Yep. I have clicked this node right here. So we have energy shield, and then we have mana, and it overflows with the remnants to double. Volley, then volley again. No, sir. That's my life savings right there. I'm not volleying it once, much less twice. No, siree. That is not what we're doing here. We are not volleying shit. Oh, and we need to go buy the expensive tablets. Will there really be a reset league already? They're gonna do an event league. They're going to do it like the way they do Freesia in PoE 1. I'm buying tablets for us so we can run stuff. And we need it on irradiated. And we needed 10 uses. Should be like 12 divs. I hate the people listing stuff in Exalts. I actually can't stand them. Making me click twice extra. Is this sanctified? No. PSA, make sure you check for your tablets being sanctified. Because some bozo will literally sell a sanctified tablet to you that you don't want sanctified. And then we're gonna div these. He's about to do a poll for that, I think. Also, you're gonna be playing PoE 1 League. There's a poll on the Discord. Yeah, uses remaining too. But I set the uses remaining. There's a poll on Discord for what we're doing with the downtime. So far, just to give you guys the votes, it's in announcements. You guys can find it. It's got 37 votes for PoE 1 and 31 votes for speedrunning. So if you want to tip the scales, please tip the scales for speedrunning. You don't have to, but so far it's 6 votes in favor of PoE 1. The other options are take a break with 7 votes and stalling content, which is Pal World, Dune, and Deadlock. Probably no Pal World, probably Dune and Deadlock. So there's a couple of different ones. There's a couple of different ideas there. And even if somebody wants to see like a particular type of content, we can always adhere to that and like, you know, play a little bit of stuff. I play a lot of Deadlock. Have you ever played Grim Dawn? I did. Not very much, but yeah, I did. I have 641 hours in Deadlock. FYI. And I am like Oracle 5 or Phantom 1, somewhere around there. What do we have to do to get you to dress up at League Start like Corbin? There's nothing you can do. I don't do dress up. There's not going to be any amount of money that you can donate. There is no amount of anything. I just don't do that. No, it's a little bit of a boo answer for you guys, but how about 10 grand? No, sir. Yeah, it's just that's not one of the things that I'm willing to do. And there's various reasons for that. But for the most part, my various jobs end up getting access to my streams. Not because I give it to them, but because people just find. My wife has access to it. The stepkids have access to it. The step grandkids have access to it. Both sides of my parents, my mom and dad, stepmom, stepdad, like there's a whole plethora of people that have access to the stream, so doing silly shit is not usually in the cards. And also, it's not that kind of stream anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can be entertaining on some levels. Triple divines, I guess we gotta take this, because I was about to axe this map. This looked pretty terrible. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This map looked like ass, but I think we would be absolutely insane if we don't take our 6 divines for free and some chilling fluxes. So yeah, too many IRL people get access to this to fuck around like that. If I was anonymous and like didn't have literally sets of families looking at this, then yeah, sure. But not as it stands now. Step grandkids, you are a boomer by proxy at least 100%. It's like 5 of them. My wife is just a little bit older. Like 10 years. And I'm 36, so, you know. Holy, the expedition set up time with Temporalis. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why, like, I was not farming it until, like, that is the most amazing part about, like, I'm very nerdy with this stuff, with, like, the effectiveness of things that we do. And, like, holy Jesus, the effectiveness of Temporalis. It's not just a combat skill, like, it's everything. It's, like, travel maps. It cuts them in, like, not like half, like 1/5 of the time. The expedition prep it cuts, the defensive layer that it does, it's like Temporalis is the life, man. It's the truth and the life, and there's a reason why it's 4,000 divines. If if you ever see me not streaming, you might be wondering what I'm doing. I am probably walking around the random cities in the United States, knocking on people's doors and asking if they have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Temporalis. It is 100% PoE 1 inside my PoE 2 game. Do you give out free samples? Shit. If I did, they deactivate after 2 maps. They'd be like a free sample of crack. You'd have to come back to me and buy the next one. And they would be expensive. And you'd still pay it, because now you're hooked. The other downside to Temporalis is you do randomly get bonked. '07 is correct. It's me, your step grandkid. Can I see some divines? LOL. Same here, 1990. Yes, sir. Good year. All this talk, and I probably am not even going to be able to play the first league because of work, but it's good to know. Do you not have weekends off? Also, that's what I get for yapping too much. I was yapping more than I was playing. I also was forced to take a boon because I random rerolled into a 10 slot and it gave me one of the boons. Ooh, that's one of them. Watch me die to this shit. There anything here? Random stuff, don't care. We'll probably finish on that one, sure. Don't care, don't care. Okay, great. Fantastic. We're just gonna pump some rarity up. We have to take the very rare item here, I think. We would otherwise take it for Prolif. Actually, this force is a 7. Because this map is a 7, there's a guaranteed 7 on here, I think. Yes. So we're gonna hit reroll on this. Okay, that's not our 7. LOL. There's another 7 in here that we rerolled into. Fuck. Mr. Streamer's bad at this game. Okay, great. Alright, well now we don't care about that side. Just gonna pick up these randos. We're gonna pick up these randos. We're gonna pick up these randos. We're gonna finish here, and we're gonna dump our extra one behind because we can, and ta-da. You guys like that speed on freaking setup? That is sexy right there. The other part about Temporalis that is really like underrated that people don't talk about is Frostbomb being like a shorter cooldown. I routinely end up wanting a shorter Frostbomb cooldown. Can the guaranteed 7 be rerolled to 3? If it's the only 7, it cannot. But I had other 7s, is how I messed that up. I didn't realize that there's a different one that I rerolled into a 7 for. So the smart thing to do would be to find the 7 and roll it first, and then reroll everything else. Because at least one remnant on the map has to be a 7, is the way that logic works. So if no other remnant is currently a 7, it'll min that particular one to a 7. So you get one free reroll. But this one, I've actually rerolled into like a 7 or an 8. So that's killed my reroll on the actual 7. And like there could be multiple 7s there too. Feels like we're playing Deadlock, all these 7s. That is my main on Deadlock, by the way. That guy thinks he's catching me. That's cute. Team with Temporalis. Guess I gotta go hard next league and secure Temporalis week 2, week 3, for sure. Path of crack cocaine. 100%. So we'll take a vote on what we're going to do. Uhtred Saga. Nice. That's money. Once we're finished with like 2 or 3 more expedition maps, we're going to take a vote on build help or Act 1 speedrun. But why does it feel like I'm doing ZDPS? Like sometimes I bonk everything and other times I feel like I'm not doing anything. The one downside to this is the mosquito is actually fast enough to dodge the comets. Prox tangibility, Jesus Christ. Holy raid boss. For a single little divine orb. That's what we did all that work for, chat. That wasn't even anything. The HP on these things, yeah. Or at least the crazy ailment threshold. I bet the map has ailment threshold on it. Let's see. I mean, effectiveness on its own as the EHB is like pretty insane. Speaking of which, you see how this has increased effectiveness and more effectiveness? Yeah, those are multiplicative with each other. Just FYI. Let's see. Recovery rate. Don't care. Stun threshold. Don't care. There we go. This bitch right here. 80% ailment threshold. Some of the blue runes also at threshold. Yep. And unfortunately, ailment threshold is in the pool of effectiveness. And arc is a lot of our damage. Like, it still goes out here and there, but... And there's probably an adaptation rune in there somewhere, if I were to guess. And we get our few little peddly divs. And go back to fighting angry mosquitoes for a living. That is one skill that's completely unfeasible with a Temporalis build, is freaking Mana Tempest. Is this proximal? No, it's just an annoying ass mosquito. Great. Honestly, fuck this guy. I'm out. He can keep it. That's his map now. That is your map, sir. You can have it. I'm out. Like, we'll waste more time just running into a wall there for no reason at all. We picked up our 3 divines. Random question. Why do so many Adonius players use Meligar's Virtuosity? No room to get crit damage otherwise? Pretty much just giga expensive and harder to fit in. You have to mana stack to make it worth it. And the real reason why so many Adonius players use Meligar's Virtuosity is because the main Adonia build creator forced it that way. That's how he made the guide. So the sheeple are following the wolf. So that's the real answer. But the reason he chose to do that is because it's very efficient. Because since we're not mana stacking, we end up having to do a couple of weird things to get, and like we're cast on ailment, we end up having to pick up skill effect duration and some extra freeze build-up nodes. And we end up having to get some luxury stats that are annoying to get. So there's just a really nice cadence to being able to do stuff like put pinpoint critical without having to deal with it. And like Spark is 60% crit. And like Comet is the 87% crit in Hideout. And the other part is we're not in this area to pick up the spell cluster here. And we're not really in this area to pick up this crit cluster and this crit cluster. Like, I technically have gone down. Yes, I know I have an empty jewel socket. I just spec'd into it. I didn't have enough money until we were streaming. And then by the time we were streaming, we had some sales that came through. So I am going to fill this jewel socket eventually. But, like, we're kind of around some crit, but not enough of it, really. So, you know, it would have to be points for this crit bonus and points for that crit bonus, and go over here, pick up this crit bonus. And I think there's some more, like, in the center for spell crit. Yeah, it's like picking up this crit bonus too. So, but we end up having to um we end up having to take some trigger stuff. We end up having to take some of the other trigger stuff. We need this skill effect duration. We need this freeze. I actually unspec'd this freeze. I don't know if I like that freeze being unspec'd, but I did it anyway. I dumped extra ES nodes in here. So there's a whole bunch of ideas. Gloves with no ES, no res, no mana, no proj stuff. Looks tough with Temporalis. Well, yeah, but otherwise we have to come up with an equivalent of about 300% crit bonus. Like, these gloves are crit chance, crit bonus. That's what they are. Gloves generally are not known for their ES. Like, you can pick up 200, 250 base ES. If you're to make ES mana, or ES proj damage, and then level of proj skills, like, thankfully it does hit Spark and Arc, but still, I mean, it's like a lot of crit damage. You know what I'm saying? It's like 6 stats of crit chance, crit damage, basically. It's very, very, very hard to, like, it's actually one of the most efficient pieces of gear that we have, is Maligaros. Because otherwise you have to retool all the jewels to include crit chance, crit bonus. Like, it makes it makes it really, really annoying. I think we're gonna pass that expedition. We're gonna do 1 and 2, and then we'll take our vote, and then we'll do our final stream activity. And then I'll be released to go to sleep. This is literal dog shit. That is literal dog shit. That's great. This map is starting out fantastic, chat. Just so good. And this is sarcasm, by the way. Alright, 6s don't do anything. 5s don't do anything. We may as well just click them. But that 5 does do something. Alright, so we're gonna rush that. Oh, there's another one. God bless. Okay, so we can re-roll a lot of these. These 5s we don't care. This we don't care. Really. Alright. Well, I guess the game decided that it's going to give us all the opulent runes. I wonder if we have enough to path out and then come back. We're going to see about pathing out and then coming back. Because it's really not enough. I should pick up all of these. Who am I kidding? Let's just not do the silly thing and, like, do the smart thing, okay? We do this. Sure. Alright. And now we can just go this way. We can double here, we can take that, we can take that, and that's set up. Done. Let's go. Yeah, this stuff is falling over instantly. I don't think this map has ailment threshold on it. Of course, there's one guy in Zimbabwe. There always is. Because why wouldn't there be? I started the league playing Mana Stacker, Chronomancer. Way before Fob Gun changed to Mana Stack. Got my crit gear and jewels pretty cheap. Made good money selling some of the items that kept upgrading. How do you detonate everything? Do you have to link each bomb? Yeah, it's just how Expedition works. I haven't seen you as excited to actually play yet as you are with Temporalis. Love it. Well, remember, I'm a PoE 1 player for 10 years, right? Like, this is how I would play the game. If the game were like this, I would play it more. There's a reason why I craft so much, because this is actually, to me, reasonable gameplay. Like, I know I had to spend 4,000 divines to buy, like, the most expensive body armor in the game. Or second most expensive, I don't know. I guess some of the warriors could go for more. But, like to me, this should be the baseline fun of the game. I don't see why casters can't have this by default. Like, why can't we have this in the game? Why do I need to, like, literally cure cancer in my build and spend 4,000 divines to be able just to blink? Like, their favorite, most inspirational game of all time has this. Literally, this is a baseline Sork ability that you get at level, like, 12. This is a level 12 Sork ability in Diablo. Like, you could do this in Diablo 2 from level 12 onward. I don't understand why that's, like, faster, by the way, because there is no cooldown to the Sork blink. And you could just literally hold down right click and just vroom, 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 vroom. Like, come on, man. That's your inspirational game. That is your self-referred to the greatest of all time by Chris. Thousands and thousands of hours by Chris and Jonathan. This is supposed to be the spiritual successor to that game. And that game got it right. You know, why can't we have this in this game? Like, reasonably accessible, right? Not gated behind 0.01% chance to drop from the literal worst content in the game, which is Trial of Sekimas. Excuse me, I misnamed it. It's called Trial of Suck My Ass. I like Rax's name for it. I don't care for Blink. I think running is good enough. Well, you know, that's okay. It's not a problem. It's just PoE 1 gives you either shield charge or leap slam or freaking... You just have movement tools, right? You have blink arrow. There's like flame dash and frost blink. There's two different blink skills for casters. And you can equip them on anything as long as you satisfy stat requirements. So it's just a faster movement. Like, I'm not saying it has to be blink, but I would just like something. Did this explode already? Yes, it did. Should probably reset my Adonias. Kind of need that for damage. Headhunter is carrying hard these, by the way. This is all Headhunter damage. Them 37 stacks hitting hard. This guy have proximal or something? Is that why he's feeling like he's immune to damage? I mean, this is 100,000% a PoE 1 build, by the way. Most of the builds in PoE 1 feel and play like this. You're like, Omega speed, entire screen is full of bullshit, you don't know what's happening, health bars are disappearing, loot's dropping, you're just zooming. That's how that game plays. Because I know I get a lot of questions in chat about, like, well, I don't know how PoE 1 plays or how it feels, and a lot of people kind of want to see it. be played and, you know, well, pretend it's this with worse graphics, basically. Also, the outgoing damage of monsters in PoE 1 is like way, way higher than this. Like, if you don't constantly move and constantly blink in PoE 1, you're just dead. It is definitely too much stimulation. I can 100,000% get behind that. But that's why I said when he was like, I haven't seen you be excited to actually play the game. It's like, I've built up a tolerance. You know how when you're driving really fast and you built up a tolerance to the speed? Like, I'm like an alcoholic that, you know, at this point can just down half a bottle of speed in PoE game and just it be not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, the blinking doesn't phase me, the flicker doesn't phase me. It's all like zoop 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 zoop. Like that this is normal gameplay to me. Especially with some music. Like the way and the other part is the way I play PoE 1 is Legion Dunes. And what you do on Legion Dunes is you turn up your music to 11 out of 10. You put on somebody's stream for like background noise on top of the music, and then you just like you let your mind float into the darkness of the abyss and you just map 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 and your body kind of does the work and you're out there somewhere just enjoying your almost peaceful internal nap, and the next thing you know it's like 100 maps are down and you have half a lock. So this kind of gets you into the groove of things, this type of gameplay, and that that's just like the player identity. A lot of people that play PoE 1, they'll talk about getting into the groove and just kind of zooming and blasting. That's what this feels like. And I guess it's just enjoying the moment to moment gameplay because I feel like I have agency. I can definitely kill everything and I can definitely die to any given mob. But I also have legitimate like very visceral input reaction to the blink and to everything else just to be able to either kill or get killed. One of the reason I do drive is too far. I can't drive like a normal people and normal speed and not get scared. Now give us Legion and we're good. I just got Headhunter, blink me to a bunch of Osmo mobs and dies. Fuck that mod. Listen, I die more to freaking Shroud Walker on Headhunter than I do to anything else in either game. That is 100% the cause of most deaths for me. All right, last map, then we vote. I meant I don't drive. Yeah. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. I understood what you're saying. I read it the way you typed it, but I understood it. Oh, really? Guess we're out of some Verizium thingies. Excuse me. Surely we're not completely out of the Verizium thingies. Bro, Pharaoh's lying to us. Talking about we don't have any Verizium. Like, I know I clicked some Verizium. Bond Celestial Arcane. We just don't want the adaptive rune. That's the kiss of death for us, is the adaptive rune. That one. This shit right here. Yeah. That shit is bullshit, especially because it doesn't have a duration. It's just there. You just eat ass, and that's it. And some people like that, Tom. I don't think he's here. I think it's too late for him. But maybe he'll watch this on like a replay and he'll be like, bro, why are you talking about me? Let's see what this one is. It's literally nothing. It's 2 divines. I don't know if we care that much. Alright, we're gonna get our explosion. We're gonna get our other stuff. We're gonna get our next explosion. I think that's gonna hit all 3 remnants, actually, so we hit this. Oh yeah, we're gonna have so much fun this map. Is there anything? Yeah, I don't even care to like really hit this. 3. Can we make it there in 3? I don't think we're making there in 3, chat. I think we're cooked. Alright, well, it is what it is. Our divs are Legone. There's a checkpoint, and we blunk forward, and we're done. Is that more annoying than Oath? What, that mod? The Headhunter Shadow Walker? I don't know if it's more annoying than Oath. Like, when you have Temporalis, it doesn't mean anything having that Shadow Walker, having Shroud Walker. Like, if Shroud Walker ports me into something, I just port out. It doesn't phase me whatsoever, that mod. In fact, a lot of times, especially if I feel like the damage is good enough and I'm doing things, I can just stand in the middle of them and keep pushing, like, keep being unbothered by it. Like, just there, it ported me. I was like, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, we took adaptation and we proliferated it. Nice. Good job, Mr. Streamer. I'm gonna pay for that adaptation. I could already feel it. When we hit the quadruple freaking remnant, I'm gonna feel it. By the way, notice how we fixed the stream? Because remember when we were doing Expedition or just sitting in town, everything was crashing and just getting shat on. So I've done some machinations on the thing after work. One day before stream, but after work, and ta-da! We can now play the game. I can stream this to you, and it still works. So that's nice. I was about to say, if this mosquito doesn't get very soon, I'm gonna call this map his. Question, my next upgrade would be my staff, yet buying one seems really expensive, so I'd like to craft it instead. Any tips? Crafting a staff is not unlike crafting an attack weapon in that it sucks. Because your plus skills is mandatory and it's really, really low weight. And your spell damage feels kind of mandatory and it's really, really low weight. And your crit is almost definitely mandatory and that's also really, really low weight. So you're looking at 3 to 4 low weight mods. The only thing that saves staves is that there are 2 mods that are good enough to slap onto them that are crafted, which is the cast speed and gain as on the suffix, and then the plus spells on the prefix with mana. So, as far as tips, I would say look at the mods as much as you can and try to think about what mods you want to have and what's logical. Like, what is the lowest weight? What would you rather have fractured that you don't want to chaos for? What is pretty rare but not so rare that you don't want to chaos for it, that you're willing to do chaosing? And then think about how to play around the crafted mods and what you could do with the crafted mods to make sure that you don't get fucked. Yeah, I'm definitely doing like 4 remnants at the same time. Very fun. This is feeling like PoE 1 Expedition. Because that expedition is a whole other ball game. That thing is so rippy. This guy's got word out the ass. All that for a flimsy Divine Orb, chat. That's all we got out of that. I should probably have a sigil staff in the offhand and just drop the sigil for these like tough mobs, but I don't know. It feels like this is enough. So really annoying to do understood. Well, I don't know anything about crafting, so maybe I'll just wait and see if something cheap comes up. We could look at a possible staff craft and kind of estimate what it costs, give or take. What stats do you need on the staff craft? Like, was I correct on spell damage, spell skills, crit chance, double gain, and like gas speed alloys? Okay, I'm assuming. The auto aim on Cold Infused Spark is also so nice. And by auto aim, I just mean it covers the entire screen and proj. By the way, when you see my mana jumping, that's comets dumping it. And then when you see it jump back up, that's the Sork portion. Like, that's the remnants. All the infusions that we generate are remnants. So the spells dump the infusions. And then when we pick up the infusions, it gives us a shitload of mana back. So we'll literally dump the entire mana pool and then just regen it entirely. And this is with it's not the natural regen, it's like the conditional regen. Oh, I just held spacebar for too long. God bless Temporalis. And Headhunter. Yeah, I guess 40 stacks will do that to you. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think for the expedition maps and everything else, that was a pretty decent Temporalis showcase for the evening. So now chat gets to vote. Shit, it's 1 o'clock. Chat might even not get to vote. All right, chat, Twitch chat specifically. You guys get a poll. What are we doing? Boom. Poll started. Please vote. The name of the poll is, what are we doing? The options are Act 1 speedrun, build help, let's just yap for a bit. YouTube, you can type out your answers. I'll count them for a poll. Or you could just come over to Twitch and vote. You really should just come over to Twitch and vote, TBH. Now, keep in mind, if we do build help, I got energy for like 1, maybe 2. So, you know. You guys decide. Y'all have agency. This is a democracy. So, whatever y'all want is what we're doing. It's very close between speedrun and build help. It's 5 to speedrun and 6 to build help. And we got about another 30 seconds left. So if y'all want a speedrun, democracy is good, but also all the build helpers are nuts. GG. Listen, we're only gonna do like 1 or 2. Can I queue if that's the case? We'll see. Let's see what the poll ends up being at. Listen, Handy, looks like you need to bring some friends over, bro, because the build help people won by 1. Because we got 1 build help and 1 speedrun in YouTube chat, so it's literally the same thing. Twitch voted 6 build help to 5 for speedrun. Send your builds in build help Discord channel. It's first come, first serve. I'll do like 1 or 2, and then we'll call it. All right, smoke break. You guys send your builds. You need to figure out how to use Discord if you're gonna get build help. Resend it again, because I'm looking for fresh from tonight, because you need to be in chat for me to do the build review. Like, resend a fresh set of it. Because I'm gonna count it from the 1:45 a.m. tonight. I'm not gonna look at some before. Voted for build roast, I mean build help, because I need you to yap for quality background noise. I would have yapped for speedrunning too. I don't know why you hate me so much. I'm kidding. All right, BRB. And then we do a couple of builds. And then we go arrivederci. I'll be right back. All right, chat. Chair stream is over. We are back. Hi, Sushi. Hi, Sushi. This is, by the way, one of my favorite Twitch memes of all time is Sushi, wait! Different sushi, but yeah. All right, so we got two builds. We're doing two builds, and then we're doing a little bit of yap. Or maybe not a little bit of yap, maybe a lot of yap. Or maybe we're not doing any yap at all afterwards, and then we're done. So, we become the website master streamer once again. What was going on when they were saying sushi wait? At first, some guy was like thinking that sushi fucked up, but he didn't. And now they just spam it at any random point just to debate him. At this point, it's just a debate. All right, sir. First things first. You're linking me a Warrior Titan build. Here's what you should know. I don't play bottom left of the tree. I passionately refuse to do it. I can't stand playing Warrior. You just witnessed me playing Temporalis and gushing about how fantastic it is. This is the opposite of Temporalis. So one, I can give you some basic tips, but don't expect anything high level, because when you link me a Warrior, something that I've never played in 10 years of PoE 1, and in 2 years or however long PoE 2 has been, I have never, ever even created a Warrior. Or anything even remotely resembling a Warrior. I've never played a slam skill. I've never played any of that stuff. So, just FYI, take whatever I say with a grain of salt. Titan is okay, but melee is not. LOL. So, I'm gonna preface that by saying this. Take everything said here with a grain of salt. That being said, you are on Sunder and Earthshatter. So, fizz damage. Cool. We check the weapon. It's got fizz, flat percent, and it looks like you got gain as. I'm assuming you need the gain as for your build. You got +5 for melee, and I'm assuming you're not playing crit, so your other suffixes don't matter. Would love to have attack speed on it, but I don't know if attack speed actually affects your Sunder. I'm assuming because you have so much attack speed down that it might make sense to put attack speed in here. Oh, it's got reduced attack speed on it. That's great. That's just, instead of plus attack speed, you get minus attack speed on your thing. Just Warrior things. You know, actually, I would have loved to see attack speed, but, you know, it is what it is. So, you got 4k life, which is a very, very respectable pool. You got 90 all res, well, 75 all res, and then plus your armor. You got a shitload of armor. That's great. I'm sure the build feels fantastic. My question to you is, do you need the attributes? Because I'm sure there are better things. Quality comes to mind. I don't know how quality affects your skills, but +5 to all quality could be really nice for the amulet. The other part is, I don't know how you're doing on reses, but amulets are good slots to pick up reses. 21 to all attributes, I'm sure is fine. Titan is, let's see, Titan's tight on attributes. Gotcha. So you probably need it as it is. You have a mage blood. You have melee skills on there. You have cold damage to attacks on your gloves. I better not see brutality on your supports on Sunder. Okay, I don't see brutality. Okay. Check past. Gloves are the work in progress. Yep, fair enough. It looks like you're missing a prefix on gloves. I think you're just straight up missing one, sir. That looks like a 5-mod glove to me. You got cold and you got life, and then you got an empty slot. Are you gonna like slam it with something? I'm whittling for all armor prefixes. Gotcha. If you say so. I don't know how much more armor you need with 118k. We're looking at a melee build SMH. Andy, what'd you expect? Andre Papati was dying to link us this. After me saying, I don't play melee. This is what we lost speedrun content to. True. Monks are melee. They are not. I still die in 200% deli. Listen, I got a perfect solution. This is how you don't die on 200% deli. You ready? Put this character on a shelf and sell off all his shit and reroll Deadeye, Huntress, Monk, or Caster. Problem solved. That's my advice to you. If you want to do 200% deli reliably and not die, don't play this bullshit. Play something that hasn't been nerfed 8 times in a row. Don't worry, I am likely next, and I'm beginner Sork. At least I play a Sork. At least I play a Sork. I respect the build. Elitist streamer. Well, no, I'm not saying that he should never play it. I'm saying if he wants to not die in 200% deli, then he should play something else. If he's content playing this, then this is the level of performance you're gonna get. Is Bear the optimal rite of passage? Because Cat is very cheap. Does attack speed do anything for you, sir? And I don't know that whittling for glove armor prefixes is going to do anything. You're already looking at 118k. Your DRs on armor are insane at this point. So the things that don't do any damage to you aren't going to do any damage to you. And the things that kill you are going to kill you no matter what. Attack speed's very good. Okay, so you should probably swap the bear for the cat here. Because that's just a lot of attack speed on there. And if attack speed is very good, then why are we looking at a double basalt granite bismuth mage blood? Why is there no silver on here? Another great defensive layer for 200% delis. Warrior with hits against you have % reduced crit damage per socket. There's a cluster that doubles armor and gloves at the very bottom. Because I die. Sure, but you're gonna die anyway. Do you know how armor formula works? Andre, serious question. Do you know how armor formula works? Yeah, you do. Okay. So the way it is, it pushes you to stack as much as possible. No. So I don't. It's not exactly the same in PoE 2, I don't think. And this is PoE 1 wiki. But it's very similar to that, to where you have your armor over armor plus 5 times the damage raw before mitigation. So the stuff that's killing you is going to be hitting you. Just look at your armor value. You have 118%, and I'm assuming it's got at least 100% applied to Ellie. So if something hits you for 100,000k, 100,000 damage, with 100,000 armor, it's roughly gonna do half damage. I'm approximating it, right? You're gonna get hit for 50k. You're still dead. You have 4,000 life. You're gonna get hit for 50k, and if it's elemental, you're gonna get reduced by resist. If you have 118 and you get hit for 100, you're dead. And if you have 200 and you get hit for 118. Instead of taking half damage, you're going to take a third. So instead of taking 50k, you're going to take 30. Even if it's elemental, you're still dead. You could literally double your armor, and the shit that's going to kill you is going to kill you either way. Armor to applies to elemental resistance is needed, correct. Armor is not linear. Armor has DRs that are much, much worse than ES. But what is the sweet spot in this case? The sweet spot for armor is to have enough to not die to a bunch of small hits. But the stuff that kills you in 200% deli isn't small hits. It's the big bonk that goes whoosh, and then it wipes most of your HP bar, and then the burns, the little bullshit hits you. The big bonk that you lose most of your HP to is gonna bonk you if you have 100,000 armor or 200,000 armor. Like, stacking this much isn't gonna effectively net any difference, because in essence, imagine how the armor formula works. If you take 1,000 damage, you have no armor, you take 1,000 damage. And again, I'm approximating this. If you take 1,000 damage and you have 1,000 armor, you take 500. So once you're even, it's 50%. If you have 2,000 armor and you take 1,000 damage, then you take 333. So in order for you to take a lot less damage from a hit, you need to have magnitudes and magnitudes and magnitudes. Excuse me. If you have 1,000 armor, to 2,000, it's a third. Then to 4,000, it's a quarter. Then to 8,000, it's a fifth. Then to 6,000, it's a sixth. So every single integer on the fraction is a doubling on your armor. So the more armor you stack, the less effective damage reduction it gives you, and the more armor you have to stack to get it better. In other words, mathematically, and I mean this as an axiom, it's not a matter of opinion. Mathematically, armor is dog shit for big hits. You have stacked so much armor that small hits don't do anything to you at 118. They don't do anything to you at 50. They don't do anything to you at 40. The big hits will still kill you at 50, and they'll still kill you at 100, and they will most definitely still kill you at 200, because the big hits are hitting you for so much that your mitigation on armor is irrelevant. Your DRs, both on the mitigation and on how much you need to get to the next breakpoint, is so stupidly bad that investing your stats in armor is completely pointless. So you're fighting against a mathematical formula that is designed against you. You're trying to make armor do something it isn't designed to do, which is keep you alive against big hits. Armor is designed to keep you alive against small hits. 40-50k armor is plenty to do that. Now you're trying to stack the only defensive layer available to you, and that's just not right. What you could do is stack a bunch of recoup so that you refill your life. You could stack a bunch of life regen or leech, or, you know, branch out into a secondary defensive layer, something to that end. But stacking a whole bunch of armor is really, really, really pointless for what you're trying to do with 200% deli. The other part with scaling for stuff like 200% deli is those monsters start doing so much damage to you that the only meaningful level of defense against them is to either freeze them from downtown or to kill them from downtown. Neither one of which your physical thunder build does. So when I was half memeing about playing a Sork or a Deadeye or a Huntress, I was only half memeing because those builds do both. First, Ice Shot freezes them from downtown. Sork, Spark, Cold Infused freezes them from downtown. Twister, with Chilled Ground benefit, with the Taming Ring, freezes them from downtown. Then they kill them, also from downtown. So those monsters have no chance to move, act or do anything before they get frozen and die. So basically just dodge. You can't dodge when 20 delirious monsters are running at you in 200% deli. You either have to freeze them or kill them. If it's 100k Ellie, I think I survive. If it's 100k Ellie, you take 50 and he gets reduced by 75%. So you take 12. You are so dead, it does 3 times your life pool if it's 100k Ellie. You are dead, dead, and triple dead. You're nowhere near alive. You have 100k armor. We've already established that if you have 100k armor and you take a hit for 100k, you take half. Then your damage reductions take place. You are still dead. Very, very much so. Moreover, if you take 50k Ellie, you're still dead. Because you're going to take a third, which is 15k. And then they're going to get reduced. So you're going to take a quarter of 15k. Guess what? A quarter of 15k is 4,000 life. Check your life pool. That's not how the formula works, Andre. That is not at all how the formula works. This is what you're missing in the formula. 100k does not get reduced to 25 by resistances. No, sir. No, sir. What happens is armor is taken from raw damage pre-mitigation. The armor value reduction is calculated first, then all your mitigation applies. Your mitigation is useless. This is why armor is bad, because it is literally going to calculate the raw, unadulterated hit before anything has affected it. So if it hits you for 100k, the first defensive layer that hits the algorithm is your armor. It does absolutely fuck all. So that formula is going to go 100 gets reduced to 50 by armor. Then your elemental resistances take place, which means you take 12, so you're dead. I'm telling you, even if you take 50, not even 100 from armor with your 118, you're still dead. Just barely, but you're still dead. So armor is absolutely a shit game design. But you're also trying to make it do what it isn't meant to do. So you need to find creative solutions to that. I don't have good solutions for you. But the point being is if you want to survive in 200% deli, stacking armor to 100,000 isn't going to do it for you. Stacking armor to 200,000 is also not going to do it for you. So that just is what it is from that point. As far as your tree, I don't really know much about warrior tree, so I can't super comment on that. I think the armor formula is probably as much value as you're going to get out of this. I'd love to tell you I know anything about your supports. I don't. As far as even playing life build based stuff, you're chaos capped, you're res capped, so like all the basics are good. Maybe get more block chance, because block applies to everything. Figure out a way to your sunder's based on your weapon, not your shield. So I don't know if there's a more block chance on tree and more block chance on the shield, if there's a way to cap your block. But that would probably be the other major way of scaling your defenses if you needed it. And I don't know how your damage is doing, but being that you're on a reduced attack speed two-handed mace, I am sure that your attack time is really slow. So a lot of this is about killing mobs before they can kill you, because at some point 200% daily mobs scale to a point where you can't do shit to them no matter what. Like, regardless of how much defenses you invest in, they'll still kill you. So at that point, it becomes the delve in PoE 1 problem, where you just need to kill shit before it touches you. There's block chance on middle, upper, or left. Gotcha. So damage is my worst part. I could see that because you're indexed on armor. I don't see any flats, any additional flats on rings. 7 to 20, I think, is a really, really bad tier. So I would figure out ways to pick up more flat and pick up more damage on tree. Because also, if you're fighting 10 mobs, 15 mobs, you're still gonna die. But, I mean, all around, you honestly asked the wrong person about a warrior build. You need to go talk to Karn. You need to go talk to Angormus. That's probably it. I don't know who else plays warrior a lot. Maybe DM, Darth Microtransaction. You need to talk to streamers that actually play this. I am not one of them. You will never catch me playing a warrior, so this is the extent of the knowledge that I have. Going from mace to 1 without reduced attack speed is kind of pricey. Yep, there's the issue of money too. That's all I got for you, buddy, honestly. I wish I could tell you more. I don't have more for you. All right. Next one is Nikki. I think you are... There you go. That's what I thought. You are here. Beautiful. So, you're asking about crafting a staff, and I think I asked what you needed on there, but this staff doesn't look too bad. I mean, this is double gain. Is this good gain? That's what I want to know. So, good gain would be 55 plus. Good spell damage would be 209 plus. So you're sitting on tier 3 gains and tier 2 spell damage. It's a little bit on the lower end. And you have +5 to spell skills, and I think the regular mod rolls to like 7 or 8 or something. 6 on all spell skills? 6. Okay. So 5 is like reasonable, but you could go to 6. So there's a level to be had. And there's some gain info to be had. But more importantly, here's what I think you're missing. I think missing the cast speed with the extra gain is kind of criminal. That it don't got cast speed, and well, it's really expensive on the market right now, sadly. Yeah. So that is one thing that I am proficient against. So this alloy is giving you 40-45% cast speed for free. So the way you make this staff is you fracture +6 spells on the suffix. You chaos for crit. It's going to take you forever to chaos for crit, but you chaos for crit. It's not exactly deterministic, but it's not a problem. Your main problem is getting a fractured base on the type that you want. So one way to avoid this is if, let's say you're playing a lightning caster, which we can see what you're playing, so I could give you exact stuff. So you're just doing cast on crit, spark, and all of your stuff is done by comet. Now let me ask you this. You're on Sork. And you got spark, cast on crit. My question is, you're already on Sork. Why aren't you playing Adonias? Adonias is so piss easy to like build and play. It's cheap to start. It's got like, it's borderline free. You don't have to worry about crafting. You saw me pick up a 15 div scepter, and I mean it's like a 10 div wand or something. It's 25 div for both weapon slots. And then you can do things like, let me make sure you picked up all your stuff in campaign. Yes, you did. And then you could do stuff like, you know, what I was doing on screen. The expensiveness of the build that I did isn't in what I picked. It's in the like the additional stuff. It's in the quality of life there. But so question 1 is, why aren't you on Adonias? Couldn't find anything else. All right, so here's an option for you to look at for a elementalist on Adonia. Well, Stormweaver, but yeah. Because you're already on the right ascendancy, and most of the tree is already, you already got most of the tree. You're literally like playing almost the same thing I'm playing. Like if you look at my tree with the Adonia wand, it's almost the same as yours. Starts out the same way, goes to the same areas. Like you can omit this leg right here. You went up to here, goes just a little bit further, drops a little bit of stuff there. Like it's not that insane. It's very, very close. And you literally saw me do Juiced Expedition with a body armor that has 200 base CS on it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is not a combat body armor. This is a utility armor. So I stitched together the Adonia build originally on like 500 divines, and it was like cruising just fine. So that's an option, right? Just one of the options. If you do stick with this and you just play the regular Spark and Comet, which I think the Adonia with the Arc cast on ailments and then the cast on crit Comet is better. I haven't played this one, but the Adonia build feels smooth and nice. You have a Mage Blood, you can, and like, you have most of the build set up, so you can already be playing on like, pretty much top end. So, Staff. Fracture either spell skills or cold skills if you need to, because I don't think your Spark does anything. But spell skills is better because your Spark is going to be the driver. Like, you can't do, if you don't do enough damage with your Spark, then your cast on crit won't trigger anyways, so you probably want spell skills. So you fracture the spell skills, you chaos for crit, you slam the prefix with any stupid bullshit, you do prefix crystallization, you move it to a suffix with the alloy. Your suffixes are done. You got crit, you got spell damage, you got cast speed and a gain. You slam your prefix again with bullshit. You do prefix crystallization again. You put Astrid's creativity in it. And you hit it with the mana and spell skills. And that blocks mana. And if you don't like it, then you can whittle it off later. But it at least blocks mana on your slams. Because when you slam, it's probably going to be mana. You slam it once, there's a very high chance you're going to get a gain on a perfect exalt. If it's tier 1, it's tier 1, great. Then you desecrate, and you go as many omens of light as you can afford to find either decent enough spell damage or a third or a second gain. And that's how you make the staff. So that's 1. 2. Your ring is very, 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 very sad. Did you click Mind Over Matter? You clicked CI. You clicked Elemental Equilibrium. So you didn't click Mind Over Matter, which is fine, because you're not stacking mana anyway. You have like 700 mana. That's completely unacceptable. I don't know how you do damage with 700 mana with the Comet dumping as much mana as it does. Because at least he has Voice and Mage Blood. Yes, for sure. No, you know, far be it for me to assume Nikki Foxy's gender, but I'm pretty sure Nikki Foxy, to me, is usually a she. I could be wrong. Either way. So as of now, I'm not having mana issues. So, you not having mana issues with Comet, with no mana efficiency, and ads? What do you mean ads? Oh, on Twitch, we're gonna pause for ads. So, in the meantime, chat, if somebody has any ideas You talk to us. Make sure you throw in. It's not just a me show. All right. So, if you don't have mana issues on 700 mana, that concerns me. Because I have mana issues on 1700 mana with overflow to 2500. Check or cast on crit. The gem combination looks weird to me. Yeah. Cast on crit. Comet, Pinpoint, Utrids. This is a dead gem. This is +2 if exactly 2 other supports are modifying the item. Twitch viewer stream promotion, are you? I'm not sure what that means. You need to remove this gem from your cast on crit immediately. This does literally nothing for you. Ah, I see. So we got efficiency and pinpoint to Comet, so Uhtred's Augury works on Comet. Fair. Fair. Never mind. Fair. Fair. That works. You are correct. Okay, so this is fine. I don't know. I don't necessarily love the efficiency. I was really scared for a moment. No, you are absolutely correct. So I have mana cost efficiency doubled here. An extra mana and a bunch more mana, so 1727, and this overflows to like 2500. So for my cast on crit, because of Malagaros, fitting in pinpoint into both Spark and the cast on crit is really, really nice. I still run the same efficiency. The spell cascade and the siege is whatever. It's just more comet spam. Mine is not on absent either. My absent is on cast on ailment. The cast on crit for me is natural. If he can deal damage, I think it's fine with effectiveness, but low damage with efficiency is not good. So for me, with mana remnants, I usually go all the way back to the top and then above when it comes to mana. So the Sork stuff maybe is like doing the stuff fine for you. But I'm feeling like either way, your ring prefixes 16 cold and 19 lightning, I don't think is doing anything for you. I think you're better off picking up either a gold ring with spell damage on it, a gold ring with mana cost efficiency, throwing on some more realistic prefixes onto it, because that little bit of regular damage is only affecting each spell. It's like a tier 6 spell damage. I think the ring is very, 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 very sad. So like if we look at rings, if you pick up a gold ring, you can pick up spell damage and mana cost efficiency, or just like spell damage and mana itself, or like spell damage mana rarity. It's not like that insane to craft because mana is super common. It's 1000 weight. Rarity is super common to finish on. It's 1000 weight. Like if you pick up a spell damage gold ring and fracture it, you can deal with, so your cast speed is also 20, and I don't see any quality on the ring, and that's kind of a problem. So if you pick up spell damage, get it fractured, you speed slam for cast speed, then you fire and lightning slam for the reses, then you get it to 40% caster quality, which is going to affect your cast speed and your spell damage both. This is just like a generic ring for casters, right? You now have 2 reses and cast speed on your suffixes. and your res is fractured on the prefix, and they're getting modified by plus 40 quality. So instead of 20% cast speed, you are looking at tier 1's 20 to 24. Well, this is mana modifiers, but you're going to look at like 30 something, 32, 34, because you're going to do caster modifiers on it. You know, the other part is if you start having mana issues, you can put mana cost efficiency on there. I prefer mana cost efficiency. Are resistances needed anymore? Well, presumably we're gonna fuck with your gear. There's really, like, if you want to go for more expensive stuff, if you want to go for non-resistances, you can. You're just gonna end up with like crit chance and spell bonus doesn't do anything for you. Spell skill is too expensive, so you could end up with like crit chance, cast speed, and like rarity on the suffix. You can, but the crit chance only drops from the trait, so you're gonna have a hard time. It's gonna be expensive because if you fracture spell damage and the crit chances hang out there, and you slam speed and you miss, you can either whittle or risk taking off the crit chance. So it makes the crafting process really ass. Resistances are fairly easy to slam onto it. So that's the only thing that I'm, you know, concerned about with it. Because in the normal mods, your options are like int rarity cast speed if you don't go for crit, or it's literally like cast speed and reses. You can't really slam for int, and you can't really slam for rarity. You just have to, like, you know, kind of pray for it. I'm trying to give you a relatively deterministic way of doing it. So, because ultimately what happens with stats is if you allocate reses here, then you can pick up shit like crit chance, crit bonus there. You don't need reses right now, but also, like, wearing this ring, I think, is a waste of stats. I really, really hate having Call of the Brotherhood. Like, yes, lightning damage converted to cold, and, you know, everything, the spark freezes, blah, blah, blah. I think it's a waste of a slot. I think you get a good ring here with cast speed and spell damage, and whatever other stuff you want, rarity, and then you mirror it. I really, really, really hate Call of the Brotherhood this late into the game. I feel like this is holding you back. All this is saying is your lightning damage is now cold. Boo-hoo. Who cares? Your cold infused spark is already cold infused. And you, generally speaking, will trigger your engine by dropping frost bomb on and getting cold infusions anyway. I mean, what the other question was the equilibrium with you getting fire infusions instead of cold. You're getting fire infusions for Comet, but you're not getting anything else for the spark. The one thing that people do is they don't spec into equilibrium, and they'll just proc cold infusions, and they'll send out the cold infused sparks to fuel an engine of everything. And then, because you have, generally speaking, you will have your siphon elements, so your cold infused spark will freeze, which will drop you more frosty stuff, which you'll then go pick up to shoot out more sparks, which will drop you more frosty stuff, which will then fill out your fire and your lightning infusions, so your comets will get their fire infusions. So you get your starter cold infusion from Orb of Storm. Isn't that really annoying gameplay? You drop a Frost Bomb and Orb of Storm, and I guess you wait for them to expire both? I guess it's fine. What's the duration on this? I guess you need to cast inside of it to, like, get it dumped. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot, because to me, I like simple stuff. And again, the build guide probably called for it, but that's part of the reason why I sent you This is the Anime Princess COC build. I'm using this one. It's entirely possible. AP does do some interesting builds. However, I like the Adonia build better. Part of the reason is we dump the Frost Bomb, we set up Adonia, everything freezes, shocks, and ignites, and we just go. That's it. But now I'm in need of Orb to start ramping, and sometimes when big groups are being annoying. Yeah. So, that's, you know, that's part of taking a look at your... taking a look at the other build and just deciding what you like better. Here's the problem I'm having. No, that's not a problem I'm having. I'm good. I'm good with all this. This is good. You got pinpoints on both because you have Malagaros. That's very smart. I like it. Because I thought I didn't see pinpoint, but I do see pinpoint, so that's good. So, I think the ring is your main target. There's a lot of stat wasted, and I don't know why we need the lightning to cold convert. So, talk to me about what the lightning to cold convert. Endgame build, use Rakata's flow so you can swap out Frost Bomb. Well, either way, I feel like wasting a ring slot, something that is as powerful on a caster as being able to give you spell damage, cast speed, mana cost efficiency, crit, extra res, extra rarity, and wasting all that on a Call of the Brotherhood, I think there needs to be a workaround for a Call of the Brotherhood. I hate this. I think that's a gigantic waste of stats. The only thing that this says is 100% lightning to cold convert. There are no combat stats on it otherwise. It gives you a little bit of mana, and you corrupted it for some res. Or I guess it comes with an implicit res. Hate this. Absolutely hate this. Adonius can also make Spark freeze enemies without that ring. I don't think you need that ring at all to freeze in general, because if you... the cold infused Spark is literally bonkers, bro. Like, if you look at the damage difference between a cold infused Spark and a regular Spark, it's night and day. So, regular Spark, 6k damage. Almost no cold, some lightning, some fire, whatever. Alright, cool. Cold infused Spark. 4.5 times the damage. With, like, the biggest line being cold. Like, this is enough to freeze. So basically, Adonia solves Frostbomb, Call of the Brotherhood, Staff, and more? Absolutely. Did I mention that Adonia also gives you 105% more elemental damage? You just do double damage with Adonias. Just have it. So put Cold Mastery on it. Put Cold Mastery on what? The other question I'm having for you is, do you have a source of Pierce from Spark? Because Pierce is really, really nice. Put Cold Mastery on Spark so it's always cold attuned. That's not what Cold Mastery does. Cold Mastery gives it 1 level to spells tagged with cold. Cold Mastery on Spark will do literally nothing. So you don't have a source of Pierce. I think Pierce is a lot of the reason how Spark triggers comets and everything else. To be honest with you, I don't like the support gem here that says mobility. I think Pierce 3 would serve you better for triggering more damage. I think swapping this out for Pierce 3 is going to do wonders for you. Regardless of how you proceed, Adonia or no Adonia, I think having a source of Pierce on Spark is absolutely invaluable. So, that's all on its own separate note. The rings are definitely in need of desperate help. Having 600 ES and one dead suffix in the recharge rate, and having enough reses for like, this is basically a 3.5 stat body armor. You can do better than that. You have a mage blood and you have a voices. You obviously have money. You can pick up a body armor for like 100 divs. That's going to be 800 ES. That's going to be the same 50 spirit or like 740 ES. You can pick up 100 ES on here. You can pick up legitimate resistances or reservation efficiency for more damage. You could just pick up so much for the body armor. I think this body armor is very sad. It's very tired, and you need a new one. So, the one thing with the staff, here's my vision for you. And you can do something different if you want to. But my vision for you is to go read the Adonia's build, see how close you are to it, pick up the Adonia's setup, and for like 20 divs. And that solves your staff crafting issue. And then you make a real ring and you mirror it with Kalandra for, you could make a real ring for like, I don't know, 50, 60 divs. And mirror it with Kalandra, which is like 15 divs or something. Any Adonia build you recommend? This one. And then for another like 60 divs, you got your ring solved. And then you got both of your weapons, because you're going to pick up Adonia and you're going to pick up a chicken leg scepter. Sacred Flame. With the gain as, with the built-in pen when something's near you, with the 100 extra spirit so you can slot in an extra elemental ailment, cast on Ellie ailment. So you're going to have an extra engine for sending out arcs and getting extra damage from the said arcs. That's just my vision for you, right? Feel free to not follow it. But this is where I'm thinking, like, that's what I would do in this conversion. So Adonia's and Sacred Flame first, ring with a mirroring ring second, and then 334 ES on the helmet is unacceptable. We cannot be living in poverty when we have mage blood. Helmets are cheap as shit. Tier 1 goes up to 450, if not 470. That's just 2 affixes. I don't know that you need the 30% crit on your helmet. It's nice to have, but it makes it expensive for no reason. I would rather you run double rarity helmet or single rarity helmet and put more defensive shit on it. For your amulet, not having cast speed is literally criminal. You having that strength roll and the all Ellie res is like fine, but you should be picking up your reses on the body armor. Not having cast speed on the amulet and not having a tier 1 cast speed boosted by spell quality on the ring is literally criminal. Because you already have caster modifiers on the amulet, you should have pushed it to 40, by the way. But whatever. Either way, cast speed and spell skill is much more important than 21% spell damage on your amulet. When you go to a better helmet, you can also do the Raven Touched on the helmet. Make sure that it's not corrupted first, so that you can actually anoint it. Yeah, gear in general needs upgrades, but I want to focus you on what upgrades are needed. And you can get Zarok's gift on here and pick up an extra socket slot. Yeah, so you have a Raven Touch. So when you buy a better helmet, I don't think you need the 30% crit chance that bad. But if you buy a better helmet with better defensives, that'll free up defensive slots on the amulet and on the ring to be more damage. So if you focus your defenses on these slots, you can make these more offensive. Now, if you do play Adonia, I highly recommend that you get skill effect duration on boots. You don't have to, but it's a really nice quality of life. It makes your stuff a little bit easier to deal with. The other part I don't like is this flask right here. Because The thing is, I don't think it regens enough. I think it's too slow on the regen. I think being able to press the mana flask when you need it on demand, either an instant one or just a very heavy one, is going to be better. That's neither here nor there. Yeah, I mean, if you want to play Levianga, play Levianga. I tried both. I don't love it. You got your Sigil of Power. That's good. I just like the on-demand stuff, especially because I clicked Mind Over Matter. So, mana is my life. So, to that end, you got my vision for you. Your tree is like super, super close. If you go Donia, you might have to change like 3 points or something. Maybe 10, maybe 12. But you're like already within the right area for it. So I wouldn't necessarily like, you have some really, 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 really easy upgrades right in front of you. But yeah. So that's our build clinic for tonight, chat. Now, if you want to see the build live for this, obviously I was playing the Sork, so you saw how that works. But Adonia itself, pretty simple stuff here. The Absent Amulet, I only put on because of Temporalis. Before the Absent Amulet, I was wearing this. Cast speed, spell skills, double defensive, spirit, res. So that was my amulet. And this was the ring on Adonia. And I just went, thank you for the follow. I just went mana cost efficiency, mana, because I feel like Adonia, there's a shitload of damage. If you really want to try Temporalis, working on the currency for it. Yep. Got the build you posted up, and we'll certainly look at it and see what I can do. Absolutely. And the other things here are like, you know, some of this is pretty well optimized. All right, it's like all tier 1s across. There's a settle ring there with the mana and stuff, with the lightning res on it being tier 2 instead of all res. But I wanted the cost efficiency because I feel like I trigger enough comets and arcs to where I can dump a 2500 mana pool, and even if it refills pretty quickly, I do go into like, with enough damage, you just dump it so fast and so much that it feels bad not to feed the beast with more mana. So that's just my thinking. Oh yeah, I didn't have Conflux on that whole time. That's part of it. No, I did have Conflux on. I just turned it off for when we started yapping. Well, I have the Constant Archon buff. It's right here. You just put the Raven Touch for Zarok's gift.
I'm sure someone will want that.
I watched what you did with it, Ego Parties. That is annoying for the change. But you want to take it out. What the build guide wants is Archon of the Storm. I don't know what Archon of the Storm does, but Elemental is there. More elemental damage, can't deal non-elemental, cause 100% more freeze, more flammability, and more shock. That seems pretty good. Yeah. Well, so with Sork, you could just put Arbiter's Ignition, which is cheap as shit, into your Elemental Storm, and you have Permanent Archon. So I think that's the other change there. You can the first spirit here, by the way, this I picked up tonight for like 15 divs. This was cheap as shit. So if you do go Adonia's, you can go Spirit. The second spirit is the Rabbit Idol. The first spirit is an enchant from corruption. This thing with the quality on it was like, I shit you not, 15 divs. Bought it on stream. Archon of the Storm. I think 5 points for Arbiter's Ignition. I would rather just dump Arbiter's Ignition. I think for your helmet, you're better off allocating Zarok's Gift, because by not doing so, you're giving up all these stats. Like, not having Xerox is kind of trolling in this league. And the thing is, what you're doing with the Archon, this Arbiter's Ignition shit is like, I don't think it's even a divine. I think you get multiples per divine. Sorry, it's 2.5 divs. And especially, like, specifically on Adonia's, because you get so much more damage and everything can ignite, any one of your elemental storms, the second it so much as sniffs an enemy, gives you the buff. What was the support gem to put into Orb of Storm? I didn't even recommend Orb of Storm at all. I don't think anything in Orb of Storm. The one I was recommending is Arbiter's Ignition for Elemental Storm. Thank you for the follow. Elemental Storm, it's a Sork skill. This is a Sork Ascendancy thing. How much blink per second do you have? We're not measuring DPS, we're measuring BPS, blinks per second. That's the real end game, is BPS for sure. I would like it to be at 3-3, but you know what I'm saying? Now, one thing I do need to do is actually do this with me, chat. Get this. It's not that expensive. Decklock says, hello, I love your videos. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. 4 is the minimum you should aim for, IMO. Listen. I just bought the Temporalis. There's a lot of things that I don't have. Like, to get it to 0.25 is gonna take a lot. I already have a Prism with +2. I already have a Diala and an Augury in there. Like, my blink is scaled to 36. How much you paid? Can you show it to me? 4,000 divines? Oh, I am showing it to you, but just... Yep, browser stream, exactly. Two-second CDR, 3-socket? Yeah. I mean, some people are richer than others, you know what I'm saying? Chat, buy your gems. If you don't want to spend 30 div on a 23 quality, just buy one that is 6 div that's 2120 quality. I'm just buying 2123s because at this point, why the fuck not? You know what I'm saying? You could put a CDR rune in the focus. I could, but I need the spirit. It says, okay, Mr. Moneybags, we corrupt our own. Listen. Alright, so I picked up some extra damage off of the 21 gems. So, just don't forget to upgrade your gems to 21. And I'll have a 20 spirit. Let's see how much a 20 spirit is. Sure. That's cheap enough. We need to get the cast on there. We will take the mana remnants upgrade. We will probably... I don't know about Siphon being worth it, but we'll take the Conflux upgrade. Too poor to get a 0.25-second blink, too rich to corrupt his own gems to 21-23 Kipo. That's funny. Siphon Elements doesn't matter. No, I don't think Siphon Elements matters at all. The levels just give you the range from how far away. The Spark gets extra skill. Really, it's just the levels that matter on them more than anything else. The arc being 23 doesn't matter either because you don't go for any extra chains, but I spent the money on it anyway, so whatever. Thank you for the follow, Zadot. Appreciate you. Also, a fraction of the price. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's late. Late in the league, late in the night. It is what it is. You don't need a 5-socket common. I've all 2-socket and sell those a lot. True. Way cheaper that way. You could do it and make a profit for sure. All right, chat. It's 3 a.m. I was thinking short stream. 4 hours later, I'm still here. Why you don't upgrade cast on element on amulet to level 20? Sure. There you go. Upgraded, sir. Done. Look at this guy. 45 divs for 2 levels, minimal gains, just buys, doesn't even blink. I mean, we're gonna be done with this in like your chat votes are for PoE 1 that starts on Friday. What do we got? 3 days left in the league? Temporalis users SMH. This is literally the last bits of PoE 2 you guys are seeing. Per your own votes, mind you. So, like, does it really matter if we throw away some divs here? We got a fully functioning Temporalis character, which was my end league goal, so mission accomplished. This shit is fun to play. I now forever have a Temporalis character. Can you give a sum up how this build is working? My friend wants to play and he's new to the game and I don't have any clue how it's supposed to work. Which build, the Adonia or the Temporalis portion of the Adonia? Because the caster itself does not require Temporalis. Because this thing is 4,000 divines. And if your friend is new, he probably doesn't have money for this. The Adonias overall. So, this wand grants this pinnacle of power buff. Pinnacle of Power is gonna give you more elemental damage. Now, it's not multiplicative with itself, so you get 7 power charges in your second weapon set. The way you gain power charges is when you consume an infusion. So, what you end up doing is you click this node here in weapon set 2, says you gain a power charge when you consume infusion. And then you pick up more power charges, more power charges, more power charges in weapon set 2. So you're working with 7 power charges. So when you click Pinnacle of Power with 7 power charges, you're going to do 105% more elemental damage, which just basically says double damage. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, Sir Brenny. This just says double damage. For 1. For 2, this buff also makes it so that all of your elemental damage applies all of the ailments. Don't matter which, don't matter when, don't matter where. Applies all of them. Thank you for the follow, Mr. M4T Taez. So, elemental ailments by everything and double damage. That's what this says. It's actually 17 per, so it's going to be a little more than 105. It'll be like 120, but just double damage. Now, that's what Adonia's itself does, is with a buff. So we cast the bomb. This gives us in 2 cold infusions. Because we're a Sork, it also gives us 2 more infusions. Then we cast Firestorm, which is set to weapon 2. Because it's in weapon set 2, it eats all our infusions. That gives us power charges. Now, the reason we're in weapon set 2 is because you see Adonia's, when you have maximum power charges, with Adonia's on, you get minus 10 to all res. So our reses are ass. Part of the reason we do this is because I'm lazy and I haven't put a staff with Sigil of Power in there. But basically, we cast this, we get our power charges, we cast this again, we max out the power charges, and then we cast something from weapon set 1. We switch to 1. Spark needs to be in 1. So now that we're in 1, we activate the buff with Adonia's. There's our Pinnacle of Power buff. Now we do double damage and all of our ailments are crazy. Now what happens is we get a spark. It's cold infused. We let out these sparks. These are going to freeze. As soon as they freeze, it dumps a shitload of energy onto Elemental Ailment. The Elemental Ailment is going to then trigger these arcs. These arcs have Sine's Temper, which means they get 8 projectiles and they blast it out in a cone. Because of how much energy Spark generates for this, the arcs are just pulse, wiping the screen. Whatever isn't dead to arcs is having Spark also generate crits for the Castle Crit Comets. So whatever survived the arcs is going to have the Comets of Doom raining on it. I mean, we're at like 33 versus 37 votes. Surely we can still turn it around. Probably can. Where do we vote? I want to see Adonia's in play. He already told you in the Discord. Yup. Announcements. Speedrunning is catching up. Hallelujah. Do you guys have any idea how to make Adonia's work in a Lich build, which actually uses the power charges for more damage and Well of Power? I don't know, but you can't run Adonia's on... can't run Adonia's in your main weapon set then. So, that's the only thing. Either way, I'm going to show you the build. We'll run one map, and then we're going to call it a night afterwards. So, we get our power charges. The infusions re-arrive again because we're Sork. The reason we cast this, it applies 2 infusions. Then they show up again. That's a Sork ascendancy thing. So now we got our Pinnacle of Power. Now our damage is set up. Now keep in mind, your friends isn't going to look like this because Temporalis is badonkadonks. This is like 3 anoles, isn't it? 3 perfect regals. Whatever. Sure. I'll take 3 perfect regals. Because we're poor now. So we get our frost infusions. And we just slam sparks in on everything. And then it casts arcs and comets on its own. So all I'm doing is sitting here casting sparks. And you can see that the arcs and the comets are just cleaning house. It's just a whole world of fuck you to the mobs. And obviously we're Temporalis, so we're fast. But you can see, like, the second Spark hits anything, Arc just, like, shows up and ends their whole career. It's gonna be this way or something somewhere? No. Is it gonna be that way? It's gonna be that way. Okay, cool. So, the Arc I don't cast. The Arc is triggered, but you see how, like, how very screen cleary this is. And that's what I get for holding spacebar for a millisecond after blinking. But Adonia itself is it's a really, really, really nice engine to like power all of your screen-wide murder. Maybe there's something this way. There is something this way. And then boss. That's the boss. He was there. He was there in spirit. Why do you even have still sprint bound still? I really shouldn't. I'll deal with it later. I'm a boomer. Yes, I did trip. Temporalis can't fix getting lost. Yes, and it also can't fix holding spacebar. Now, it's very important because of this line right here, minus 10 res per power charge, to not have power charges when we play the main weapon set. I should probably unbind sprint. I'll probably do it tomorrow. All right, chat. What other questions you got for me before I bounce? If any of y'all that are still here that aren't to Discord, you need to go to Discord and vote, because the voting is really for people that watch me. And if you're watching me and you want to have a say in what we do next, the poll is very, very, very close, like people pointed out in chat. It's 37 for PoE 1 and 36 for speedrunning, which means we are very, very, very close to having me not play PoE 1 for a month, which I would prefer to not play PoE 1 for a month. So, if you want to see PoE 2 content, vote for speedrunning. Obviously, it's going to be speedrunning and some endgame stuff. And today we've gone over and explained why speedrunning is relevant. So watch the VOD, because I neither have the throat capacity at this point nor the mental sanity to go over the 1 hour long speech. Just pull up the VOD on YouTube and watch the beginning of it. About 20 or 30 minutes into it, after doing some maps, I give you a spiel on why speedrunning is literally just printing money. So I should change my vote to watch you suffer in PoE for a month. Now that changes things. You could do that. No, not speedrunning maps. Speedrunning the campaign. Speedrunning the campaign is what gets you... ban this person. It's fine. We don't speedrun the campaign because we like to be fast. We speedrun the campaign because we like money. And as we've established today, every average player gets to maps and goes shopping. So you need to be there with your wares. And the only way to be there with your wares when the average player goes shopping is to be faster than the average player. So make sure you guys go to Discord and vote, because this is a fairly democratic channel. You guys get a say in what happens. That and also I'm creatively defunct, so I can't come up with my own shit to do. So I give you guys options and y'all tell me what y'all want to see. What kind of div do we need to get Adonia's working for 200% deli without feeling gross? 500-600 div is enough. You don't like PoE 1? I played too much of it. I played it for 10 years, my brother. My character count is in the 90s or 80s on PoE 1. I probably have 15,000 hours in it. We're on patch 30 of this current 3.0 expansion, or 29 or something. I don't need to go kill Exarch for the 2000th time. I could do it on a fucking tabula. I don't need to run another 600 Legion Dunes. I've done it every league. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've... There are people that can't get enough of it. It's just not interesting to me anymore. Like, there's a lot to the game and there's a lot to learn and it's a fantastic game. There's just not running content that I want to deal with. How about doing it blindfolded? You can't play that game blindfolded. Are you kidding me? I have eyes and I feel like I don't. Although at a certain point in the build, when you invest enough, you probably could play it blindfolded. That's what I'm saying. This PoE 1 league doesn't look great, and I'm having fun with PoE 2 league. This league is completely goated. For sure, sir. For sure. I mean, I was gonna make a bow character, which I didn't. I still might. I need to get a bunch of people up to speed. Keep in mind, once you guys, if you start practicing campaigns seriously, there's a speedrunning channel. You can upload a VOD of you running, and I will review it and give you tips, and you don't even have to pay me. Because most of the speedrunners will charge you $80 to review your VODs. I don't really care. I just want you guys better and faster at this. Appreciate the follow. Yorda Letox. I was tempted to make a bow character as well, but I wanted to craft the gear for it. Beginner crafting, barely learning to craft. You don't want to be crafting for bows if you're a speedrunner. I hate the campaign so much. You hate the campaign because you don't know how to run it yet. I used to hate the campaign too. I feel you. I don't hate the campaign anymore. Alright, chat. It's time. We have wound down well enough. It's 3 a.m. I hated the campaign until I started embracing the speed. Suddenly it motivates me. I don't know. That's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, Handy. I'm telling you. There's a secret unlock in our brains that we don't even know exists about this PoE 2 campaign. And once you start optimizing your Act 1, it's like not bad anymore. And then it actually becomes fun and it becomes like a roguelike separate game. You unlock level 3 of Path of Exile and it's really amazing. Alright, that is neither here nor there, you guys. I appreciate all of you being here. I'm tired as shit. It's late as shit. So it's time to go to bed. I appreciate you guys checking out the Temporalis build. I'll probably do more Temporalis gameplay tomorrow. I'm going to try to do it in some EU-friendly hours. Do it a little bit earlier. And we'll probably have Nymph back with us tomorrow. So if I do it during Nymph-friendly hours, then he'll be here to offer his opinion for us. We want Nymph, says Handy. Maybe he needs to start streaming himself. I told him that you guys are going to want to make sure that he's around. And he was like, no, they're just watching you. I'm like, I promise you, you're entertaining. So, anyway. It's been real. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. You guys keep showing up. Y'all are awesome. I'll see you all probably tomorrow. Unless I need a break, in which case it'll be the night after. Peace out, boys. Good night, everybody. Actually, 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 let me see if my, no, he is not. Bastard. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys off to another PoE channel. We're gonna send you off to Miso. Miso doesn't know me. But Miso's very good at the game. He's been playing it forever. So we are going to, we're gonna head out to Miso. So load up. There's not a lot of us, but stick around, say hi. Miso's good people. Let's roll on, boys.